Chapter 792. The demons were close at hand, and the team of dozens of demon experts was still very imposing, standing in the air. Suddenly, rays of light burst out from their hands. Dodge! Tang Jing shouted. The planes rose one after another, flying high into the sky to avoid the magic weapon attacks of the demons. But in the end there was a plane that couldn't dodge in time, and was cut in half like cutting tofu. The people in the cabin fell into the sea one after another. Da-da-da. The planes opened fire, and balls of fire rushed out, shooting at the demons. But the demons were very agile, and it was difficult to catch them. They shuttled through the air, and a few more planes fell into the sea. No, if this goes on, we will be annihilated before we can hurt the other side. Su Yingtian shouted anxiously. At first, they thought that after the first round of fire, the command of the demons' ship would be blown up and most of the demons would die. So if they fought again, their chances of winning would naturally be much higher. They didn't expect the demons' means to be so powerful. A light shield protected the ship without any damage, and then took the initiative to attack. Moreover, they could fly in the air. With so many planes, the advantage of the high ground became a burden. General Luo, we can't hold on like this. Su Tu, Yingtianhui reported. Xingfeng, why aren't your super soldiers and mechas moving? General Luo was also anxious and quickly ordered. Xingfeng shrugged lazily, knowing that he couldn't avoid it, and said, just move. Under the order, the super soldiers and mechas moved. Just now, they relied on their strong mobility to avoid the demons' attack, and there was no damage at all. Instead, it was the Navy and the National Security Bureau that suffered the most losses. More than 100 super soldiers and mechas immediately flew towards the demons, and the two sides began a fierce battle in midair. In terms of individual strength, the super soldiers were no match for the demons. After all, when a cultivator cultivated to the stage of flying in the air, their cultivation was already not low. Tang Jing broke through to the Jindan realm before he could fly in the air. Tang Jing found people in the Jindan realm among these demons, but the lowest among them was above the fasting realm. Being able to fly in the fasting realm was something that even Tang Jing was unable to do. This was enough to show how powerful the devil race was. However, although the super soldiers were not as strong as the demons individually, with the help of the mechas, their strength was greatly increased. There were already demons who were torn in half by the mechas, and their blood splattered all over the sky. The bloodlust of the demon race was also stimulated, and they began a massacre. The super soldiers also suffered one after another. Their heads were separated from their bodies, and they fell into the sea. All of you jump out quickly. The plane is now a huge live target. It's not safe to stay inside. Tang Jing reminded them loudly. Parachutes had already been prepared on the plane, so they all put on their parachutes and jumped into the sea. Tang Jing held Marshall's hand and warned. Go down and wait for me. I'll be there in a while. Be careful, Marshall said gently. Tang Jing nodded his head. He leaped out of the cabin, but did not fall into the sea, because Little White came out from Sumeru World, and with a shake of its body, it became a circle bigger, its four hooves stepping on flames, and rose into the air. Tang Jing rode on Xiao Bai's back, waved his hand at the dumbstruck crowd, turned into a bolt of lightning and flew towards the battlefield. When a demon race who was in the fasting realm saw Tang Jing flying over, he immediately waved his magic treasure and rushed over. Kill! Tang Jing growled. The war soul sword broke through the air, and with a pu sound, it directly pierced through the chest of the demon race. The other party looked at the big hole in his chest in disbelief. His eyes rolled back, and he turned into a dead fish and fell into the sea. Tang Jing's appearance immediately attracted a lot of attention. Especially the way he appeared was really eye-catching. He was actually riding a demon beast. Not only was the demon race surprised, even Xingfeng and the three heavenly kings who were hiding at the back opened their eyes wide, looking at Tang Jing and Xiao Bai in disbelief. When did this brat have a flying demon beast? Xingfeng shouted angrily. The three heavenly kings looked at each other. They had never heard of this before. Suddenly, Thunder King stared at Xiao Bai and his eyes lit up. This seems to be the Xiao Bai that has always been by that brat's side. Xiao Bai, isn't he a little guy? How did he become so big? Of course Xingfeng knew about Xiao Bai, and knew that this little guy had extraordinary strength, but he never thought that it could actually transform and fly. The three heavenly kings were unable to answer Xingfeng's question, but their expressions were obviously not good. Previously, they had planned to find an opportunity to kill Tang Zheng during the battle, but now it seemed that Tang Zheng's strength had undergone a qualitative leap, and the difficulty had increased. Furthermore, the demon race did not play by the rules, and everything did not develop according to their expectations. Then what should we do later? What do you think we should do? Of course we should act according to the plan. Tang Zheng is getting stronger and stronger, so we can't just sit by and watch him grow stronger. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so killing him can be used as a cover. There won't be the slightest bit of risk. Xingfeng fiercely said. The three heavenly kings nodded solemnly. As you command. Tang Zheng's interference attracted a lot of firepower, and in an instant 5 or 6 demon race gathered around him, all of them glaring at him. You are also a cultivator. Tang Zheng looked at them. These people were old and young, and there were Jindan and Enidia realms. There was even an old man that Tang Zheng could not see through, so his cultivation was probably higher than his. Tang Zheng was not afraid in the slightest, as it was not his style to be afraid before the battle. You are a cultivator, yet you are helping these people deal with us. The demon race roared fiercely. You are demon race, and we are of the righteous path. Since ancient times, the righteous path and evil path have not coexisted. Is there a problem? Tang Zheng asked disdainfully. Haha, righteous path, I your father have not killed righteous path cultivators for a long time. Today I will use you as an example. The demon race laughed crazily and roared, kill. 5 or 6 demon race cultivators attacked Tang Zheng together. Tang Zheng took a deep breath, and with a flash of his sword, he used the heaven-flying immortal sword technique. Shwa shwa shwa, the Enidia realm demon race cultivator at the front was cut in two, dying on the spot. But the demon race cultivators at the back were not so easy to deal with. They immediately entangled Tang Zheng, making him unable to pay attention to his back. 2 demon race cultivators brandished their treasures and attacked his back. Jiji. A low and deep cry came from Xiaobai's mouth, mixed with anger. It opened its mouth, and a flame soared into the sky. The demon race cultivators in front of Tang Zheng were immediately engulfed by the flame, and they screamed miserably. Tang Zheng used a few sword moves to deal with these few flaming people, and then suddenly turned around to face the demon race cultivators behind him. When the demon race cultivators saw their companions turned into flaming people, they could not help but turn pale with horror. Their movements subconsciously slowed down by half a beat, giving Tang Zheng the time to react. Seeing the sword light slashing towards them, the 2 of them woke up from a dream, and quickly used their treasures to resist. They retreated in embarrassment, and only then did they save their lives. The white-bearded old man did not make a move. At this moment his expression was not good. He had so many people besieged him, and in the end, they were almost wiped out. It was too shameful. You are only a 3rd-grade Jindan, and yet you have such strength. What sect are you from? The old man shouted angrily as he saw through Tang Zheng's cultivation. Tang Zheng rarely met people who could see through his cultivation at a glance. After all, he was a cultivator, and was different from a martial artist, so even if his cultivation was not high, the masters of the several great families could not see through his cultivation. However, this white-bearded old man was also a cultivator, so of course he did not have this obstacle and easily saw through it. It was because he saw through Tang Zheng's cultivation that he was not in a hurry to make a move. He was a 4th-grade Jindan, 1 level higher than Tang Zheng. Moreover, the others were also in the Jindan stage, which was the same as Tang Zheng. The old man believed that with so many people, it would be easy to kill Tang Zheng. Who would have thought that all day long, he would be pecked in the eye by the goose? This brat's fighting strength was simply abnormal, and there was also that monster beast. The flames it spat out were particularly different, with great lethality. Even he had to retreat. Therefore, he could not help but be curious about Tang Zheng's origin. Weren't the cultivators of this world expelled? Even if he was lucky enough to find some incomplete cultivation methods, it was absolutely impossible for him to have such a powerful strength. He immediately suspected that the other party must have an expert to guide him. I don't have any sect, but I can't allow you demons to be so rampant. Back then, the demon god died in front of me, and now it's not difficult to deal with you. Tang Zheng stared with wide eyes, and shouted loudly. Tang Zheng concluded that the demon god's cultivation was definitely higher than this old man, so he deliberately used the demon god's death to provoke him. Sure enough, when he heard the two words demon god, the old man's eyes were obviously wide open, and he said in disbelief, "You killed the demon god?" At that time, the demon god returned with a great mission, which was to use the Mountain River blood sacrifice array to lead the demon army back. But in the end there was no news, which made the demon race very worried, and they guessed that the demon god was doomed. Now that he heard that the demon god had died in front of the other party, the old man was naturally angry. Ignorant brat. Today, I will let you know the power of my demon race and avenge the demon god. After the old man finished speaking, he immediately rushed forward. It had to be said that this old man did have some skills, and was something that the other demon clans could not compare to. Tang Zheng immediately felt the pressure, and that earth-shattering aura caused his heart to palpitate. Tang Zheng clenched his teeth and gripped the War Soul Sword tightly. The War Soul Sword started to buzz and tremble, and the sword hummed incessantly. The voice of the sword spirit sounded in Tang Zheng's mind. Fight! 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 The innate chi in Tang Zheng's body seemed to be boiling, and his power reached its peak. His eyes turned cold, an ray of light shot out, and he roared. Kill! Xiaobai growled, and carried Tang Zheng to meet the old man. Both sides were imposing, and the battle was on the verge of breaking out. It was earth-shattering, and in that instant, the sky was filled with brilliance, causing people to be unable to open their eyes. Chapter 793. With a light flick of the spear, the skull attacked Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng hurriedly used his sword to block. The skull flashed with a black light and transformed into a huge skull, fiercely biting onto the War Soul Sword. Tang Zheng raised his eyebrows. The sword tip trembled, the skull was shattered, and the War Soul Sword pierced towards the old man. The old man snorted. The spear tip shone with a black light, turning into a black light that filled the sky. Then 49 skulls rushed out from the spear tip, quickly spinning and interweaving together, blocking the attack of the War Soul Sword. After that, the 49 skulls quickly merged into a huge skull. It opened its mouth and directly bit down on Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng raised his War Soul Sword and tried to block it, but the sinister skull had already bitten down, directly wrapping around him and Xiaobai. Yin Qi swirled around him, and everything around him fell into darkness. He had entered a world without the slightest bit of light, and a terrifying force attacked him from all directions. Xiaobai flame. Tang Zheng patted Xiaobai's head, and Xiaobai understood. With a low roar, a large ball of flame shot out, illuminating the surroundings. One could clearly see that many small empty skulls were circling around, trying to bite Tang Zheng together. Seeing the flames, these skulls immediately at, letting out sharp screams, and scrambling to escape. However, the flames were even faster, and immediately turned this part of the world into a sea of fire. All the skulls were wrapped in flames. Boom! With an explosion, the huge fire skull exploded. Tang Zheng rode on Xiaobai and jumped out, rushing towards the old man as fast as lightning. The old man shook his spear, and a series of spear arts were awe-inspiring. However, Tang Zheng swung the spear away with his sword, and then grabbed onto the spear shaft, like a vine wrapping around it. He grabbed onto the hand holding the spear. Sky swallowing technique. A terrifying light burst out from Tang Zheng's eyes, and he immediately used the swallowing sky technique. The old man's power was like a flood breaking through a dam, pouring into Tang Zheng's body. Ah! The old man shrieked in horror. What are you doing? What kind of cultivation technique is this? Didn't you call yourselves demons? How come you don't even recognize the heaven-swallowing technique? Tang Zheng jokingly said as he madly circulated his energy, absorbing the heaven-swallowing technique even faster. Sky-swallowing technique? The old man's eyes were filled with suspicion. Could it be that the legend is true? What legend? Tang Zheng asked curiously. The devil race's sky-swallowing technique is incomplete. The true sky-swallowing technique has the ability to penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth. Absorbing other people's power is one of them. You are a righteous cultivator. How can you have the complete sky-swallowing technique? The old man's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. This discovery puzzled him no matter how hard he thought about it, and he also felt a deep sense of fear. If the legend was true, then his situation was not optimistic. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up as he suddenly came to a realization. So that's how it is. The cultivation technique taken out from Langya Pavilion is indeed the second half of the sky-swallowing technique. It's just that it was placed together with the martial skill, so I really can't guess the reason behind it. Langya Pavilion? You actually went to Langya Pavilion? When the old man heard Tang Zheng talking to himself, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. What is your relationship with the dragon race? Humph, there's no need to tell you about my relationship with the dragon race. Tang Zheng said disdainfully. The old man's face was ashen as he stared straight at Tang Zheng and said, there has always been a rumor that the true sky-swallowing technique was snatched away by the dragon race. I didn't expect it to be true. That cultivation technique was snatched away by the dragon race from the hands of your demon race? Tang Zheng was very curious. Is the sky-swallowing technique really worth the dragon race, making such a big fuss over it? The old man was already speechless. His psychological defenses had completely collapsed. The mysterious power that Tang Zheng had displayed had given him a fatal blow, causing his hopes of survival to vanish into thin air. Seeing that the old man was unable to say anything, Tang Zheng quickly absorbed the old man's cultivation technique. Not long after, the old man's cultivation technique was completely absorbed. The 4th grade golden core cultivation technique was completely absorbed into Tang Zheng's body, and the old man instantly aged several decades. His body shriveled up, and his head tilted to the side. When the sea breeze blew, he actually turned into powder and scattered with the wind. Tang Zheng was also shocked by this scene. The power of the sky-swallowing technique was so great. Not only could it absorb cultivation technique, it could also be fatal, even turning the opponent into powder. Moreover, he also made a new discovery. This time, it was obvious that the speed at which he absorbed Song Jianan's cultivation technique was much faster than the last time. Moreover, the total power of the 4th grade golden core was far greater than the last time. Tang Zheng had already felt that the genuine qi in his body was rising, and with the speed of lightning, he broke through to the 4th grade of the Jindan stage. Moreover, the genuine qi was still increasing, as if it was about to break through again. When the other demons saw this scene, they were all stunned. They did not hear the conversation between the two. They only saw the old man being killed by a strange method. They were all shocked. Xingfeng and the 3 heavenly kings saw this scene from afar, and were all dumbfounded. After a long while they came back to their senses. Xingfeng said with a gloomy face, how did he become so powerful? I'm afraid his cultivation has already reached the Grandmaster realm. The Thunder King said with lingering fear. The Wind King and the Water King nodded at the same time. He must have reached it. How long has he been cultivating? How could his cultivation be so high? Xingfeng said angrily. No one could answer this question. Then what should we do? The Thunder King asked. Xingfeng stared at Tang Zheng from afar. Flames of hatred flickered in his eyes. He wanted nothing more than to skin Tang Zheng alive. Let our people attack the ship. Let the demons in the sky deal with him. I don't believe that these dozens of demons can't deal with him alone. Xingfeng wanted to use someone else to do his job. The 3 heavenly kings immediately agreed and gave the order. The remaining super soldiers and mechas in the sky abandoned their opponents and rushed toward the ship. Tang Zheng became the target of public criticism. Dozens of demons immediately surrounded him. They had all seen Tang Zheng kill the old man, so they rushed to avenge their comrade. Kill him. With this order, an earth-shattering attack arrived in front of Tang Zheng. The sky was filled with magic treasures, and the light made the world colorful. Tang Zheng had never faced so many magic treasures before. There was no lack of earth-grade and heaven-grade magic treasures. The power was definitely not to be underestimated. Moreover, he could see at a glance that 5 of them had higher cultivation than him. They were at least 4th grade golden core or higher. The demon race was really full of talents. There were actually so many experts. With this earth-shattering attack, how could Tang Zheng fight alone? He immediately turned around and dove toward the ship. Xingfeng, you ordered your subordinates to abandon me. This is a borrowed knife to kill someone. Humph, how can I let you succeed? Tang Zheng was not stupid. He immediately saw through Xingfeng's plan. Immediately, he was on guard against the dragon ancestor. He did not expect Xingfeng to dare to risk universal condemnation and play tricks at this time, intending to kill him. You do the first, I do the 15th. Let's wait and see. Xiaobai was agile and fast. He actually carried Tang Zheng out of the encirclement and chased after the dragon ancestor. Xingfeng was also wearing a flying device, so when he turned his head to look, he discovered that Tang Zheng had caught up to him. His expression became even uglier as he said, "This brat actually managed to escape and caught up to me." Boom. Boom. With two loud sounds, two huge mecha landed on the deck. The deck immediately caved in, and the ship violently shook a few times, almost flipping over. The super soldiers also landed on the deck one after another. The deck had long since become a battlefield. Blood dyed the deck red. It turned out that the soldiers of the National Security Bureau, who jumped out of the parachute, were the first to board the deck, and then fought with the demon race. However, the situation was not optimistic. The demon race on the deck was even stronger. Many of the soldiers of the National Security Bureau had already fallen on the ground, but none of them retreated. They fought to the end until their last breath. Wu had already killed a few demons. The power of the fire nether divine palm was extremely strong. Su Yingtian also completely displayed his strength. He started a massacre, and wherever he went, the demons would fall to the ground. Both sides had already killed until their eyes were red. When they saw the dragon ancestor descending from the sky, a few more demons rushed out of the ship and fought with the dragon ancestor. This was an extremely tragic and chaotic battle. The mecha's body was huge. It directly trampled a few demons into meat patties, effectively restraining the demons' attacks. There was a person standing on the mast of the ship. This person was already middle-aged. He was dressed in ancient clothes. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His face was cold and his eyes were strange. It was as if just looking at him was enough to take people's souls. He held a folding fan in his hand and gently tapped it in his palm. He coldly looked at the scene. The tragic battle was like an ancient well without any ripples. It was as if all of this could not cause a single ripple in his heart. The so-called technology of the human world is indeed powerful. They actually created such a powerful and strange thing. The 100-change Star Lord was right. This return trip is really not that easy. He muttered to himself. Suddenly, he jumped from the mast and jumped towards a mecha. The folding fan in his hand fiercely hit the mecha's head. Boom. A loud sound rang out. The folding fan hit the top of the mecha's head. A large hole appeared on the sturdy top of the mecha's head. Green smoke rose. The mecha's lightning flashed and fell to the ground. It flipped over the deck and fell into the sea with a plop. With just one move, he took care of a mecha. In fact, it was difficult to deal with a mecha. It was also easy to say that it was easy. They were made of electronic equipment. As long as the main core equipment was destroyed, the mecha would lose its function and become useless. The mecha's brain was the center of the electronic equipment. As long as the brain was destroyed, everything would collapse. However, to do this was not an easy task. Not only did one have to break through the mecha's defense, one also had to break through the hard shell outside its brain. But this person did it. It was an understatement. Everyone saw this scene and their minds were greatly shaken. Especially Xingfeng. His face was gloomy as if it was covered with dark clouds. Chapter 794. Xingfeng watched as the mecha fell to the bottom of the sea. His face was ashen and a chill ran down his spine. His lips trembled as he muttered to himself. Just how high is this person's cultivation? Suddenly, Xingfeng felt a gaze on him. It was as if his blood was about to freeze. He quickly looked up and saw the man with the folding fan staring at him. He wanted to shift his gaze away, but he found that his body was out of his control. He was dumbstruck and dizzy. The Thunder Sovereign noticed his abnormal state and immediately dragged him to the side, shouting, Team leader, wake up! Xingfeng's body trembled, as if he had just woken up from a dream. He looked at the Thunder King with a pale face. His eyes have a magical power. For a moment, Xingfeng felt as if his soul was about to leave his body. The Thunder King nodded. Yes, this person is very strange. We shouldn't provoke him. Let's choose someone else to deal with. The Wind King said worriedly, Team leader, since the demon race has such a super expert, I'm afraid our mission this time will be ruined. Xingfeng snorted. He rolled his eyes and said meaningfully, so what if it's ruined? We're just following orders. If we can't succeed in the end, it's not our responsibility. Team leader, you mean that even if the demon race returns to the continent, it doesn't matter? Xingfeng smiled meaningfully. If the enemy is weak, then it's not impossible for us to wipe them out. But if the enemy is too strong and we insist on doing things our way, the one who will suffer losses in the end will be our dragon group. In that case, wouldn't those fellows from the National Security Bureau die of laughter? After pausing for a moment, he added, moreover, the return of the demon race might not be a bad thing for us. Our dragon group can take the opportunity to ask for more resources from the country and develop faster. The three heavenly kings looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Team leader is wise. The dragon group slacked off, so their fighting strength was naturally reduced. The demon race's arrogance increased greatly. Bang! Tang Zheng also landed on the deck, and when he saw the demon clan closing in on him step by step, his expression changed greatly. The demon clan on the deck was definitely not inferior to the demon clan in the sky, especially the man with the folding fan, who was even more powerful and unfathomable. In any case, with Tang Zheng's strength, there was no way he could destroy a mech so easily in an instant. With such an expert in charge, while Tang Zheng's side didn't have a top-notch expert, wouldn't the difference in strength be obvious? The man with the folding fan leisurely strolled on the deck. With a light tap of the fan in his hand, someone immediately fell to the ground and died. There was no miss, and the killing power was astonishing. Not far from the man with the folding fan was Wu. Wu was valiant and exceptionally eye-catching. It was obvious that the man with the folding fan was targeting her. Tang Zheng's bowstring trembled. He shouted, Wu, be careful. Xiao Bai spat out a flame, turning the demon clan in front of him into a flaming man. Then, Tang Zheng took advantage of the opportunity and passed through the gap between the flaming man, arriving behind Wu. The folding fan man slowly extended his arm and pointed his folding fan at Xiang Wu's heart. Tang Zheng tensed up. He immediately grabbed onto Marshall's clothes and pulled back, causing Marshall to retreat. At the same time, Tang Zheng stepped forward and stood in front of Wu, protecting him. With a buzz, the heaven-shocking bow shot towards the opponent. Against an expert of this level, Tang Zheng immediately gave up on using the War Soul Sword and switched to the more powerful heaven-shocking bow and shooting sun arrows. Once the shooting sun arrows were released, the aura changed abruptly. Even the expression of the folding fan man changed slightly as he exclaimed in a low voice, What a powerful bow and arrow! The man with the folding fan did not retreat. He suddenly pointed out his folding fan and struck the shooting sun arrows. Clang! With a loud sound, the powerful shockwave overturned the nearby super warriors and demon clan. Martial retreat! Tang Zheng shouted. He leaped into the air. He had already drawn his bow and shot the second shooting sun arrow towards the opponent, followed by the third. The two arrows, one in front and one behind, caused the air to churn, making it difficult for people to breathe. The man with the folding fan's calm face became serious and said, Your cultivation is not high, but you have the help of a divine weapon. This is truly rare. I want to see what kind of abilities you have. Chua. The folding fan opened, and a painting appeared on the folding fan. At first glance, it caused one's blood to boil. There were actually a few naked women in these paintings. They were lifelike and seductive, causing people to blush and their hearts to beat faster. With a wave of the folding fan, a ray of light flashed, cleverly removing the power of the shooting sun arrows. However, the veins on the folding fan man's arms were bulging. It was obvious that it took him a lot of effort to resolve these two consecutive attacks. Tang Zheng was overwhelmed with shock. 3 consecutive arrows did not even harm the opponent's skin. Just how high was the opponent's cultivation? He was about to draw his bow again when he saw a strange light flash past the folding fan man's eyes. The light from the folding paper shone brightly, immediately attracting his gaze to the few women on the folding fan. Boom! A surge of boiling qi and blood surged out from Tang Zheng's dantian and rushed out in all directions. The pure yang energy had exploded. It was unknown what kind of evil technique the folding fan man used, but he was able to activate Tang Zheng's pure yang energy in an instant. In Tang Zheng's eyes, the women on the folding fan walked out of the painting and flew towards him. Every part of their body was exposed, causing the flames in his heart to ignite. He was dumbstruck. His cheeks were red, and his body was hot as he looked at the opponent. Tang Zheng, what happened to you? Marshall quickly grabbed his hand and asked, but immediately felt pain. She sucked in a breath of cold air and subconsciously let go of his hand. His hand was like a hot iron. Marshall was shocked. She had seen Tang Zheng like this before and knew that the pure yang energy had exploded. She subconsciously looked at the enemy and coincidentally saw the painting on the folding fan. Her cheeks turned red, and she secretly cursed. She was well aware that the enemy must have used some kind of sinister technique to cause Tang Zheng to fall into this predicament. During a great battle, the eruption of the pure yang energy was not a good thing. In fact, the reason why Tang Zheng was able to erupt with the pure yang energy so easily was not only because of the enemy's fuse, but also because of his own internal reasons. During this period of time, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Just now he had broken through to the 4th stage of the Jindan stage. At the same time that his cultivation had increased greatly, his pure yang energy had also increased day by day. This time, it had finally exploded, causing him to fall into a predicament. The folding fan man sneered complacently. After falling into my illusory god-devil realm, I want to see how you can escape. Your divine weapon is also useless. Illusory god-devil realm. Marshall's heart skipped a beat, thinking that something was wrong. If he allowed Tang Zheng to continue sinking, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tang Zheng did not react at all, as if he was a puppet. Xing Feng and his subordinates looked at each other and said in a low voice, Tang Zheng is going to be finished. Yes, we will rush over immediately. We must ensure that he dies without a doubt. Thunder King said excitedly. He originally thought that he had missed a good opportunity, but who would have thought that the demon clan would help them? The few of them immediately and quietly moved closer to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng. Marshall endured the pain and grabbed onto Tang Zheng, but he still did not react. Seeing that his body temperature was getting higher and higher, Marshall bit his lips, the expression in his eyes fluctuating. In the end he kissed Tang Zheng. Many people were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Please, this is a battlefield, not at home. How could they kiss? Even the folding fan man was stunned. For a moment, he forgot to stop Marshall. Marshall's actions were forced. In order to suppress Tang Zheng's pure yang energy, he could only rely on the pure yin energy in her body, and this environment was obviously not suitable for him to do anything too intimate. Kissing was the best way to transmit the pure yin energy. As expected, when the pure yin energy entered Tang Zheng's body, the pure yang energy gradually calmed down, and his lifeless eyes gradually regained their luster. The illusion in front of him disappeared, and those women were no longer there. Marshall pulled him out of the illusory god-devil realm. The moment he woke up, he saw Marshall kissing his lips affectionately, a trace of coldness coming from her lips. He instantly understood that in order to save him, Marshall had no choice but to take this measure. His heart couldn't help but feel warm as he hugged her. Marshall was pleasantly surprised. Her lips parted, and she cheered in surprise. You're awake. Tang Zheng nodded. And thank you. He was very clear about the danger he was in just now. If an ordinary person were to fall into the illusory god-devil realm, they would lose their mind and give the enemy a chance to take advantage of them. But Tang Zheng was different. This would detonate the pure yang energy in his body, and in the end cause his body to explode and die. The situation was even more serious. He couldn't help but pay 120% attention. The enemy was far stronger than he had imagined, and in a moment of carelessness, he had almost completely fallen. When the folding fan man saw that Tang Zheng had woken up, He opened his eyes wide in disbelief and screamed, "Impossible! How can your cultivation break through my illusory god-devil realm? Could it be that kiss? That kiss can break through my illusory god-devil realm?" Obviously, he had never thought that his spell would be broken so easily. In fact, if it was an ordinary person, this method would definitely not work. This method was only effective against Tang Zheng alone. The folding fan man was not clear about this point, and the gaze he used to look at Tang Zheng became even more complicated, as he muttered in his heart, "This brat's body is filled with strangeness, and is completely different from ordinary cultivators. Who exactly is he? What is his identity?" Xing Feng and the other three were originally prepared to add fuel to the fire and sneak attack Tang Zheng, but they didn't expect that when they were not far behind Tang Zheng, the other party would suddenly wake up. They immediately stopped in their tracks and looked at each other in disappointment, not daring to advance any further. Xing Feng gritted his teeth in hatred, clenched his fists, and stared at Tang Zheng's back with an ashen face. Tang Zheng did not know what the few of them were thinking. He released his martial arts and said, "You should watch the battle. After suffering a loss once, it won't be that easy this time." Tang Zheng did not look at the other party's eyes and folding fan, and immediately started to shoot arrows. 2 arrows were placed on the heaven-shocking bow, and the 2 arrows shot out together. So. 2 arrows shot towards the folding fan man side by side. The folding fan man's expression was cold as he roared, "My illusory god-devil realm was unable to do anything to you. Now I can pinch you to death with 2 fingers, and you will die even more miserably." With that, his figure disappeared, and he rushed straight towards the sun-shooting arrow. He reached out with his hand, grabbed one of the sun-shooting arrow, and threw it to the side. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The sun-shooting arrow pierced through the chests of a few people before stopping. The other sun-shooting arrow was fiercely struck by his folding fan, directly piercing through the deck and shooting towards the bottom of the ship, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 795. The man with the folding fan waved the fan in his hand. Rays of cold light flashed and shot out from the fan, heading straight for Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng pushed his hand forward. A black light flashed and a wall-like shield appeared in front of him. Sacred armor shield. The Turtle Clan's ancestors' oracle bone, a heaven-level treasure. Clang, clang, clang. The sacred armor shield shook, but blocked the opponent's attack. The man's eyes flashed with surprise. He exclaimed, "The Turtle Clan's oracle bone, a heaven-level treasure. Hey, you have so many treasures on you." The man could not hide the greed on his face. Tang Zheng was extremely confident in the sacred armor shield. With the sacred armor shield in hand, he once again rushed forward. The battle soul sword flew out and clashed intensely with the folding fan man. Heaven-flying immortal sword technique. The man exclaimed again, "Kid, what is your relationship with Kingsaman?" Back then, the demon god also recognized the heaven-flying immortal sword technique. Therefore, Tang Zheng was not surprised that the man also recognized it. As for Kingsaman, the demon god once said that Kingsaman had lost its former glory. However, it was probably true that the demon god was very familiar with the sword technique. Otherwise, there would not be so many demons who recognized it. Seeing Tang Zheng remain silent, the man with the folding fan roared, "A mere remnant of the clear void sect dares to obstruct this demon lord? I will make you die without a burial." Demon god? Tang Zheng's heart skipped a beat. Back then, it was the demon god. He did not know if the demon god or the demon god was stronger. The demon god took a deep breath and roared, "Demon eye soul destruction." As soon as he finished speaking, the demon god's eyes turned pitch black. Tang Zheng subconsciously looked at his eyes. His mind became unstable, and he had the urge to vomit. "Everyone be careful of his eyes," Tang Zheng reminded loudly. He pulled martial and quickly hid behind the sacred armor shield. He did not dare to look up. The others were not so smart. Many of them subconsciously looked at the demon god's eyes. In an instant, they stopped moving and exploded into flesh and blood. This, Tang Zheng shuddered. Demonic eye soul extermination. How could this spell be so strange? Just looking at it would cause one's body to explode and die. He had never heard of or seen anything like this before. In an instant, Many soldiers from the Dragon Group and the National Security Bureau exploded and died. Everyone quickly retreated and hid far away with the demon lord, not daring to look into his eyes. Su Yingtian quietly came to Tang Zheng's side and asked anxiously, "What do we do now?" Tang Zheng said with a solemn expression, "The enemy's strength is beyond our imagination. Although there are only 100 of them, we've lost even more people in this battle. We can't do anything alone. We have to call for backup." Originally, they had been full of confidence and thought that the 100 mo were not a threat. Now they understood why the ancient Xiuzha had always been in the lead. It was because their strength was really too strong. Now, with such advanced technology and weapons, they still couldn't do anything to the demon, let alone the ancient technology. Su Yingtian's mouth twitched a few times. Only he knew how it felt to watch his subordinates die in battle. He wished he could die in their place. Call for backup. Without that light shield, we can definitely get some results. Su Yingtian gritted his teeth and said, "No, do you want us to die?" Xing Feng's voice sounded behind him. Although the Dragon Group had ulterior motives, they had sacrificed a lot. When they heard that they were going to call for backup, it would be an indiscriminate attack. Everyone on the ship would suffer. Not only the demon, but also the Dragon Group and the National Security Bureau. Su Yingtian snorted and said, "You're afraid of death, but I'm not. In order to prevent these demons from entering Wuxia, what's the point of sacrificing? A soldier's duty is to protect the homeland and the people. If you're afraid of death, you're a coward." Xing Feng's face turned red and said, "You want to die, but I don't." He wouldn't sacrifice his life for others. So what if the demons invaded Wuxia? He had the Dragon Group and could fight them as equals. "Xing Feng, are you still a soldier?" Su Yingtian said angrily. "I'm not a stupid soldier. I advise you to forget about preaching to me." Xing Feng snorted. "Chief Su, why are you saying this to this kind of person? He only has himself in his heart." Tang Zheng advised. "You're right. Saying this to him is like playing the lute to a cow." Xing Feng sneered. "There really are a lot of fools in this world, pretending to be virtuous." Chief Su was too lazy to pay attention, and directly asked General Luo for backup. General Luo understood the serious consequences of this and asked, "Chief Su, what about you?" "We will fight until the last moment." General Luo's heart warmed and said, "I salute you." Nothing needed to be said. As an old general, General Luo understood what it meant if he didn't fire. Su Yingtian chose to fight until the last moment, which meant he chose to sacrifice himself to stop the enemy. This kind of fearless sacrifice was worthy of respect. "Chief Su, take care," General Luo said with a choked voice. There was no doubt that the next round of attacks would be even more terrifying. It would be very difficult to survive. After ending the call, Su Yingtian's face revealed a determined expression. Xing Feng's expression changed greatly and said fiercely, "Su Yingtian, Tang Zheng, if you want to go crazy, I won't go crazy with you. Call for backup. Then we won't accompany you. Retreat." Xing Feng originally wanted to wait for an opportunity to get rid of Tang Zheng. Since Tang Zheng insisted on staying, he would definitely die, so there was no need for him to act. With the help of the demon sovereign's demonic eye soul extinguisher, the demons were like tigers that had grown wings. They forced the enemy to retreat. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, there was a sharp sound in the sky. Looking up, they saw a dense cloud of missiles flying over. "Retreat!" Xing Feng roared. All the super soldiers and the remaining mech rose into the air and flew towards the horizon. The demons had seen the power of the missiles and wanted to leave the ship to escape. Su Yingtian roared, "Stop them!" The surviving National Security Bureau soldiers all shouted and rushed towards the demons, holding them back. Boom boom boom. The missiles hit the ship and the huge explosion created a huge shockwave that instantly vaporized many people. The shockwave wreaked havoc, and everyone was affected. The second Tang Zheng exploded. He quickly put Wu, Xiaobai, Su Yingtian, Kai Guibin and a few other National Security Bureau soldiers into Sumeru Tianxia, and then raised the sacred armor shield. Bang! The terrifying shockwave struck the sacred armor shield, and it almost flew out of his hands, protecting Tang Zheng as he flew out of the deck. Tang Zheng felt that his body was no longer his own. His internal organs were all displaced, and the impact on his internal organs was terrifying. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. Plop! He fell into the sea and his vision blurred. He actually fainted and quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. The ship had already been reduced to ruins. The sea water poured into the cabin, and the ship quickly sank. There were many corpses on the deck. The National Security Bureau and demons were all lying on the deck, sinking into the sea together. A person was floating on the surface of the sea, the demon lord. At this moment, his clothes were tattered and his face was covered in dust. He was in a sorry state. He looked at everything with an ashen face and gritted his teeth. Damn it, the others are all dead. Of the demons on the ship, other than him who had escaped with his life because he was the strongest, the others had all died. The demon lord finally experienced the power of modern technology. He suddenly raised his head and found that the group of deserters in the sky were still eyeing him covetously. Xingfeng and the rest also found the demon lord. Their hearts trembled. The terrifying battle strength of the demon lord, especially the last demon eye soul extermination, was still fresh in their minds. "Leader, what should we do?" the Thunder King asked. Xingfeng's expression kept changing. He looked at the demon lord from afar and hesitated for a long time. "Retreat. The demon lord isn't that easy to deal with. Don't drag us into this. Anyway, the others are already dead. The dead tell no tales, and no one will find out about us. Also, Wind King and Water King, bring the other super soldiers and mechas back to our base. Be careful not to be discovered by outsiders. I will announce to the public that all of you have been sacrificed. Thunder King will return to the carrier with me." The Thunder King understood and said, "Leader, you're worried that the National Security Bureau will be wiped out while we still have so many people left. That will arouse the suspicion of the higher-ups?" Xingfeng nodded. "Exactly. This matter can't be used against us by others. Otherwise, it will be extremely disadvantageous for us. After this battle, all the elites of the National Security Bureau will be wiped out. The world will be ours in the future." His eyes flashed with madness. "That demon lord survived and will definitely return to the country. What should we do then?" Xingfeng snorted. "Can't the power of the entire country deal with one demon lord? When the time comes, our forces will become stronger and stronger. Dealing with the demon lord will be a piece of cake." "Leader, you're farsighted. We swear to follow you to death," the Wind King and Water King quickly said. "We'll take our people and leave first." "Go." Xingfeng nodded. He watched as his subordinates disappeared into the horizon. Then he looked at the demon lord on the surface of the sea and said, "Let's go too." Seeing that everyone in the sky had retreated, the demon lord breathed a sigh of relief. He had been seriously injured this time, and needed to find a place to heal as soon as possible. Choosing a direction, he sped away on the surface of the sea and soon disappeared. General Luo looked at the battered and exhausted Xingfeng and the Thunder King. Hearing the news they brought back, he could not help but feel a deep sense of despair. He sighed faintly and said, "Chief Su and all the soldiers are martyrs. They were willing to sacrifice their lives for the country and the people. This kind of fearless spirit is the example we will always learn from." A trace of smug ridicule flashed through the depths of Xingfeng's eyes. He and the Thunder King had deliberately made themselves look battered and exhausted. They had even deliberately inflicted many wounds on themselves before returning to the aircraft carrier. They had long since prepared a set of excuses, and as expected, General Luo was fooled. "Old man Luo, you're so muddle-headed. There will come a day when your aircraft carrier fleet will also be mine." Xingfeng was secretly pleased. General Luo did not know of Xingfeng's evil thoughts and said sincerely, "Xingfeng, I will report this to the chief and ask for credit for you." Xingfeng said passionately, "As a soldier, protecting the country is what we should do. We dare not claim credit." Chapter 796. In the sea, Tangzhen quickly sank. Darkness surrounded him, giving him a suffocating feeling. Tangzhen was still in a coma, completely unaware that the seawater was pouring into his mouth, causing bubbles to appear one after another. If this continued for a while, he would definitely drown. Suddenly, a golden light flew out from his glabella. It gradually spread around his body and turned into pieces of golden scales. Dragon scales. Back then, he had transformed into golden dragon scales in Emperor Qin's tomb. Now, the dragon scales had appeared again and covered his entire body. The suffocating feeling immediately disappeared. It was as if he had turned into a fish, freely breathing the oxygen in the air. A shark swam over. When it saw its prey, its eyes instantly lit up. It shook its tail and flashed its 2 rows of long teeth at Tang Zheng. When the shark swam to Tang Zheng's side and opened its bloody mouth to enjoy this delicious meal, a golden light flashed and a powerful dragon aura was emitted from Tang Zheng's body. The shark's fierce eyes immediately became docile. It was as if it had turned into an obedient kitten. It carried Tang Zheng and quickly swam to the surface of the sea. A moment later, the shark carried Tang Zheng to the surface of the sea. Under the sun, the dragon scales on Tang Zheng's body shone brightly, causing the surrounding sea to become golden. On the golden sea, a shark carried Tang Zheng and swam happily. There was a long school of fish following behind it. Occasionally, fish would jump out of the water. Tang Zheng slowly opened his eyes. What entered his eyes was a dazzling golden light on the sea. It was so dazzling that he subconsciously covered his eyes with his hand. Ha! He saw the golden dragon scales on his arm and opened his mouth in surprise. Dragon scales, the dragon god technique is working again? He still remembered the shocking scene of him transforming into a dragon in the mausoleum. Those scales were shining with golden light, like armor, making people feel deep veneration for him. However, he only remembered that he fell into the sea and then lost consciousness. He couldn't remember anything after that. The dragon god art is truly miraculous. He clicked his tongue in admiration. The dragon god art must have played a role in his survival. He stood up and looked around. He was stunned again. The iconic fin in the water was something he had seen in many movies and TV shows. Sharks. He was shocked, but he calmed down in an instant. Ordinary people might be afraid of sharks, but he shouldn't be. Why am I standing on the back of a shark? It doesn't seem to be as vicious and bloodthirsty as the legends say. Hearing the sound of splashing water behind him, he turned his head to look and was instantly stunned again. F***ck. What was going on? Why are there so many fish following behind me? The sharks and the huge school of fish were too strange. He finally realized that all of this was probably related to the dragon scales on his body. Dragon scale, you actually made a shark submit to you. You're really amazing. Tang Zheng gently stroked the dragon's roar on his body and muttered to himself. After lamenting, he was faced with a huge problem. He had lost his way. There was no point of reference in this vast sea. He couldn't even tell which direction was north, south, east, and west. He had no idea where he was now. What was the final result of the battle? Has the demon race been completely wiped out? He tried hard to recall the details, but he could only remember the moment of the explosion. As for the life and death of the demons and the others, he knew nothing. I have to find a way to go back. Other than confirming the result of the battle, my shooting sun arrow must have fallen into the sea in the explosion. I have to find a way to get it back. The shooting sun arrow was extraordinary. He couldn't just leave it in the sea and leave it behind. Let's brainstorm and gather the others. There was no place to stand in the sea, but this didn't stop him. He waved to the school of fish behind him. Thousands of fish gathered together, forming a place that looked like land. Come out! Whoosh! Sumeru's world flashed, and everyone was standing on top of the school of fish. These people were sucked into Sumeru's world a second before the explosion, so they weren't hurt, but they were still frightened. A second ago, they were still fighting a great battle. The next second, they entered a strange world. This world was completely different from the outside world. It was as if they were in a ghost world. It made their hair stand on end. Sumi Tian was very big. It was far bigger than the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. These people arrived at an empty land. As far as the eye could see, it stretched as far as the eye could see. Moreover, the sky above their heads was gloomy, and they could only see some blurry things. This huge difference between before and after almost made them collapse. Fortunately, with Su Yingtian and Marshall's comfort, everyone was able to relax. However, no one dared to guarantee when they would be able to leave. They could only pray in their hearts. As for what kind of world this was, even Marshall couldn't say. Marshall was very worried about what would happen to Tang Zheng in the explosion. Would he be injured? Or would he die? No, she quickly rejected this idea. He was blessed by the heavens. He definitely wouldn't be able to turn misfortune into fortune. However, her heart was still uneasy. Every minute and every second felt like torture. After an unknown period of time, to everyone it felt like a century. Suddenly, the scene in front of them changed. In the next second, they left that strange world and arrived above the vast sea. Some of them couldn't help but scream, "Tang Zheng!" Marshall locked onto the person who was standing not far away, and had always been worried about him. He rushed over like the wind and hugged him tightly, not letting go. The feeling of being separated by life and death just now was too unbearable. It was as if her life had been shattered into pieces. Seeing Tang Zheng again, her life was instantly pieced back together. The corner of Tang Zheng's mouth slightly curved into a smile, patted her back and comforted her. "Am I not fine? Don't worry." The explosion was so powerful. "Are you injured?" Marshall started to search his body, as if he was afraid that he would lose an arm or a leg, or that he would be injured somewhere. "I'm really fine." Tang Zheng raised his hands, allowing her to check them. Actually, when he was unconscious, he had suffered quite a few injuries. However, ever since the dragon scales grew, his injuries had miraculously healed. "What is this on your body?" Only then did Marshall notice the dragon scales on his body. He gently caressed them and asked curiously. The others also stared at him. At the moment, he was too dazzling. The golden light shone like a golden man made of gold. Especially those dragon scales, they gave off an incomparably intimidating aura. However, they had never seen a golden dragon before, so they couldn't help but think that those were dragon scales. But without a doubt, Tang Zheng, who was currently emitting a dragon's might, gave people a deep impression, causing them to have the urge to kowtow to him. Even Su Yingtian, who had been in a high position for many years, had an illusion. He couldn't help but be overwhelmed with shock. His eyes stared straight at Tang Zheng, as if he wanted to remember every single detail. After checking for a long time and confirming that Tang Zheng was unharmed, she heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I'm really fine." "That's great." Tang Zheng smiled faintly, then looked at the crowd and asked, "Is everyone all right?" They were all very grateful to Tang Zheng for lending a helping hand at the critical moment. Otherwise, no one would be able to stand here so steadily. Many people subconsciously lowered their heads to look, thinking that the feeling of being on solid ground was great. However, with just a glance, everyone was stunned. Then, cries of alarm rang out from all directions. We are in the sea. There are fish beneath our feet. So many fish. Look at Tang Zheng, there's a shark beneath his feet." "It's really a shark." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at Tang Zheng with mixed feelings. Sharks and so many fish actually listened to his words. This is too miraculous. Everyone clicked their tongues in admiration. Looking at the astonished expressions of the crowd, the corners of Wu's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. "Tang Zheng, what was the result of the battle?" Su Yingtian was the first to recover from his shock. With a cold expression he asked, "Where are we now?" Tang Zheng's expression became serious and said, "Director Su, I don't know what happened to the ship in the end. I was unconscious at the time. When I woke up, I was in this vast sea, lost my way, and couldn't find any traces of the ship." "No worries, we have a way." Su Yingtian waved his hand and nodded to his subordinates. Then someone took out a simple device and quickly determined their position. However, the other party's expression was clearly strange. He hesitated and said, "Director Su, we are now in the South Sea." "South Sea?" Everyone cried out in alarm at the same time. The battle clearly happened in the East Sea, which was 108,000 miles away from the South Sea. How did they end up in the South Sea? Everyone tacitly looked at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng laughed bitterly. "I don't know either." He really didn't know. He still wanted to go back and find the sun shooting arrows, but now that he had come to the South Sea in a daze, Didn't that mean that this plan was ruined? Sun shooting arrows, I have to be careful when using them in the future. Otherwise, they will all be wasted. This is a life-saving treasure. I can't be careless. Let's go ashore and return home first. Su Yingtian commanded, and then pointed in a direction. Tang Zheng understood and immediately commanded the shark to take the lead. The fish followed behind and swam towards the mainland. With just a thought, the fish seemed to have received the order and moved towards the target. Su Yingtian came in front of Tang Zheng and asked in a low voice, "What about the other demons? Especially that demon sovereign, did he die or not?" The demon sovereign had left a deep impression on Su Yingtian. After escaping from death, he remembered his responsibility and mission. Tang Zheng solemnly shook his head. "I don't know. At that time, I was already unconscious. However, with such a terrifying explosion, if it was an ordinary demon, I'm afraid they would have died on the spot." Su Yingtian's mind was restless as he said, "You must not let your guard down. The battle this time is very tough and very cruel. Since we can survive, maybe the demons also have a way to avoid this disaster. Therefore, this is still not the final victory. Only by completely wiping out the demon race can we succeed." Tang Zheng and the others deeply agreed and nodded their heads, one after another agreeing. Chapter 797. Xing Feng returned to the capital covered in scars, and received a high-level reception from the chief, who gave him full recognition. Xing Feng reported that the others were all wiped out and died bravely. As for the demons, they were all wiped out. Although the chief felt that it was a pity that so many people died, especially Su Yingtian and Tang Zheng, he sighed. But he also felt gratified. At least, the sacrifices of so many people were worth it. The demons were completely wiped out, and the dangerous factor was eliminated. Xing Feng received a grand reward. The National Security Bureau was leaderless and suffered heavy losses. The rest were all merged into the Dragon Group, and the Dragon Group ushered in a situation where it was the strongest. Xing Feng dealt with some disobedient members of the National Security Bureau at lightning speed, and then logically took the National Security Bureau under his command. He was proud of his success, and everyone had to bow down to him because he enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. The news of Tang Zheng's death also reached Yanqing University, but it did not spread. However, the university cancelled his student status. As for Fang Shishir and Yi Dingdang, it was as if they were struck by lightning. They were dumbfounded. Didn't he promise that he would come back safe and sound? Why did the bad news suddenly come? The few women in the villa, except for the Empyrean fairy, acted as if nothing had happened, and Nana did not know about it. Fang Shishir, Lu Qingmei, and Princess and washed their faces with tears all day. If it were not for the Empyrean fairy stopping her, Fang Shishir would probably have gone to find Tang Zheng. If he was alive, she wanted to see him. If he was dead, she wanted to see his corpse. If she did not see Tang Zheng's corpse, no matter what the officials said, she would not believe it. The news of Tang Zheng's death spread in the upper-class circle of the capital. The reactions were different. Some people celebrated and drank for 3 days, such as the Song family, the Chu family, and the Ye family. There were also people who were grieving, such as Yi Tianlei and his wife. As for the Yen family, their reaction was the most peculiar. In the eyes of the outside world, they were calm, as if they didn't know about Tang Zheng's death. Many people secretly cursed. In the past, the Yen family and Tang Zheng had a very good relationship, but they never thought that the Yen family would be so indifferent. They were too heartless. Was this really the true situation of the Yen family? Wrong. Although Yan Qingyi had gone to the northwestern desert to search for the Tree of Life, she had also heard of this bad news. She hurriedly reminded her family not to believe such baseless rumors. Tang Zheng was definitely not dead. He was the savior of the world. How could he die so easily? Therefore, the Yen family didn't believe the news from the beginning to the end. Of course, they wouldn't have any extreme reaction. They knew Tang Zheng's strength better than ordinary people, and knew how powerful he was. Therefore, at the critical moment, the Yen family chose to believe in Tang Zheng, and also believed in Yan Qingyi. The Song family celebrated as if it was the new year. They couldn't wait to hang up red lanterns and light firecrackers to celebrate. Ever since the death of Jian Shisan, the Song family had been like stray dogs, hiding everywhere and not daring to show themselves. They were deeply afraid that Tang Zheng would come knocking on their door for revenge. Now it seems that there is no need to hide anymore. With Tang Zheng dead, the Song family's danger alarm has been lifted. Immediately, the Song family contacted the Chu family and the Ye family, forming a huge new alliance. Song Yu was actually engaged to Yi Meiyu, using marriage as a method to consolidate the relationship between the two families. Song Yu did not form a good relationship with Yi Dingdang, and in the end, allowed Yi Meiyu to successfully replace him. Everyone was happy. Song Yu was well aware of Yi Meiyu's romantic reputation, but she could only grit her teeth and swallow it. This was the people of a large family. When necessary, they had to compromise. Marriage was not a marriage of love, but an exchange of benefits. Yi Tianlei's family of 3 had already become independent from the Ye family, so they naturally wouldn't worry about these messy matters. However, their situation wasn't good either. After all, this was the capital, and if the 3 great families were to interfere, it would be extremely difficult for them to do anything. But this instead aroused Yi Tianlei's ambition. Since you guys are deliberately obstructing me, then I will do something and let you guys take a look. Coincidentally, Tang Zheng's company was lacking people, so Yi Tianlei resolutely joined Tang Zheng's business empire. In the eyes of many people, this was a crazy move, and it was extremely stupid. Because Tang Zheng was already dead, then wouldn't his business empire be scattered like monkeys when the wall falls? If he joined at this time, he would be courting death. However, Yi Tianlei turned a deaf ear to him, because he had an idea. Since Tang Zheng had helped him so much, if he could support this last bit of his family business, then it would be the greatest gratitude to Tang Zheng. With the full support of Feng Xinyang and Yi Dingdang, Yi Tianlei gradually gained a foothold in the company. Mu Hongyan returned from Europe, and the news of Tang Zheng's death also spread to the royal families of Europe. The royal families who had originally made an alliance with Tang Zheng went back on their words and forgot their promises. The King of Sweden also wanted to go back on his words, but under the strong insistence of his daughter, and he didn't break the contract. For the time being, the group had only started business in Sweden, but it was difficult to move forward. In order to consolidate the hearts of the group, Mu Hongyan wiped away her tears and returned to the capital without stopping. With her and Yi Tianlei's swift and decisive means, the group temporarily stabilized. However, many people with discerning eyes understood that the 3 great families would definitely not let them go. A storm was coming. The Long family in Dianan even sent someone to extend an olive branch to Mu Hongyan, asking her to return to the Long family. However, she refused without hesitation, causing the Long family to return with hatred. In this precarious situation, the Yen family righteously made a move and announced to the outside world that they would increase the strength and depth of their cooperation with Tang Zheng's group. This was an all-round support, which was like sending charcoal in snowy weather. Many of the rascals who were ready to make trouble gave up again. Only the Song, Chu and Yi families snorted and thought that this was the dying struggle of the Yen family, which was useless. The 2 sides competed with each other in the business world, and began to compete with each other, with wins and losses. Mu Hongyan's genius business mind played a role. She led the group to attack cities and seize territories in the business world, even more aggressive than before. Mu Hongyan was trying hard to hold on. Without Tang Zheng at the helm, if the group lost its aggressiveness, it would be like a sheep, and anyone would want to take a bite. She knew this very well, so she changed her normal state. After the first few days of crying and heartbroken, although the villa was still gloomy, the women had gradually learned to be strong. They put away the sadness in their hearts and changed to their own ways to support the family. Feng Shishir insisted on studying every day, because this was both her wish and Tang Zheng's wish. She didn't want to let Tang Zheng down. Moreover, she always had an obsession in her heart. She believed that Tang Zheng would come back to find her. She and Tang Zheng went through thick and thin together. Even with his strength, she firmly believed that he must still be alive somewhere in the world, but she couldn't get in touch with him. Lu Qingmei resolutely quit her original job and chose to join Tang Zheng's group. Although her business ability couldn't be compared with Mu Hongyan's, she also wanted to do her part. Every day, she worked in the company until late at night before going home. She even spent the night in the company because she felt that Tang Zheng was by her side when she was in the company. She needed this feeling too much. Feng Shishir was a very observant person. From Lu Qingmei's choice, she could see some clues. She also guessed the relationship between Lu Qingmei and Tang Zheng, but she didn't say anything. Princess and was asked to go back to China, but she refused without any hesitation. She continued to study in Yanqing University. Empyrean Fairy was the calmest. Every day, she would still guide Nana's cultivation. It was as if the news of Tang Zheng's death didn't affect her at all. In fact, it was not that she was cold-blooded. It was just that she knew the power of a Skywalker better than anyone else. If a Skywalker died so easily, then they wouldn't be called Skywalkers. Empyrean Fairy looked at the reactions of the women in the family with great interest. She couldn't help but sigh. They were all heroes among women, and they were not inferior to men at all. Tang Zheng was really lucky to have so many outstanding women as his companions. He didn't know how many men would be envious of him. In the boundless sea, Tang Zheng and his group landed on a remote cliff. They did not make a sound and no one discovered their whereabouts. It had been more than a month since the battle. This was something that Tang Zheng discovered later. He had been sleeping at the bottom of the sea for a very long time. It was much longer than he had thought. Originally, he wanted to contact his family, but he was stopped by Su Yingtian. Su Yingtian was a cunning old man. He knew that if they went missing for more than a month, they would definitely be judged as dead. Then it would cause a chain reaction. When the airship exploded, the people from the dragon group had all escaped. This made Su Yingtian furious. He had made up his mind to completely break off his relationship with Xingfeng. Su Yingtian was very clear about Xingfeng's personality. This kind of person would definitely conceal the truth and exaggerate things to gain credit for himself. If he contacted the capital in time, Xingfeng would definitely not have the time to be arrogant and carry out his scheme. Su Yingtian wanted to drag things out on purpose. He wanted Xingfeng to be arrogant and think that no one in the world could stop him from advancing. If God wants to destroy a man, he must first make him crazy. Then he would make mistakes. The higher he climbed, the harder he would fall when the truth was revealed. His true colors would be revealed, and no one would be able to protect him at that time. This time, Su Yingtian wanted to hit Xingfeng's weak spot. He wanted to kill him with one move and make him unable to jump up in the future. Tang Zheng listened to Su Yingtian's analysis and chose to agree. Xingfeng was like a fly that kept buzzing in his ear. He was so annoyed that he wanted to get rid of him long ago. Now that he had found an opportunity to do so, it was naturally better than killing him directly. That would only make people talk. The National Security Bureau has a secret base here. We can go there first and then secretly return to the capital. If we are exposed in advance, Xingfeng will have time to find a countermeasure. Then all our efforts will be for naught, Su Yingtian said. Chapter 798. Looking at the empty house, Su Yingtian said in surprise. How could there be no one here? I think they have already retreated. Tang Zheng walked around in a circle and analyzed. Withdrawn? Su Yingtian frowned. How could such an important stronghold be withdrawn? He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said, something must have happened. No matter what it is, let's go to the capital and find out the truth. Tang Zheng shrugged and said indifferently. Although there was no stronghold, the National Security Bureau was still a special agent organization, so they still found a means of transportation and drove to the capital. Planes and trains would expose their whereabouts, so it was safest to drive by themselves. Along the way, Su Yingtian did not give up and went to find a few more secret strongholds. If they were not demolished, they were abandoned, and the people were gone. He felt that the situation was serious and muttered, there must be a change in the National Security Bureau. No matter what happened, you're back, so all the rascals have nowhere to hide. Tang Zheng comforted. Su Yingtian nodded and temporarily put his heart back into his stomach. The journey was unimpeded from the south to the north and back to the capital. The two sides parted ways. Tang Zheng went home, while Su Yingtian went back to the National Security Bureau headquarters and agreed that when Su Yingtian pointed out Xingfeng, Tang Zheng would testify. After not seeing his family for more than a month, Tang Zheng's longing was like a torrential river. He stepped on the gas and sped home. Marshall looked at his impatient expression and couldn't help but recall the operation this time. Coming from the fire, going into the water, it was really going through fire and water. Although it was extremely dangerous, Marshall enjoyed this kind of two-person world. As soon as she returned home, Tang Zheng no longer belonged to her alone. The car stopped in front of the villa. Tang Zheng jumped out of the car and rushed in. The large living room was empty. "Where is he?" Tang Zheng shouted, but no one answered. His heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. Did something happen at home? That's not right. With the Empyrean fairy around, how could anything go wrong? Besides, there are no signs of a fight at home. He hurriedly rushed into each room to search. The furniture and clothes were all there, but there was no one. Moreover, there were leftovers in the fridge. Obviously, everyone was still living here. He heaved a sigh of relief. It was strange that everyone had disappeared in broad daylight. Even the Empyrean fairy and Nana were nowhere to be found. Weren't they cultivating at home? "Hey, I'll prepare a table of delicious food. When they come back, I'll give them a surprise." Tang Zheng's phone rang just as he was about to move his head. It was a call from Su Yingtian. "Hello, Chief Su." Before Tang Zheng could finish, he was interrupted by Su Yingtian. He shouted anxiously, "Tang Zheng, save us." Beep beep. The line was disconnected. Tang Zheng's heart was in suspense. Didn't Su Yingtian return to the headquarters of the National Security Bureau? Why did he call for help for no reason? Something must have gone wrong. Tang Zheng muttered to himself with a grim expression. He tried to call back, but found that he could not get through. "Marshal, let's go find Chief Su and the others first." Tang Zheng did not bother to show off his culinary skills as he turned around and rushed into the car. "I'll go too." Marshal chased after him. Tang Zheng drove the car and quickly disappeared from the door. The car shuttled through the traffic at lightning speed. Tang Zheng was burning with anxiety. Su Yingtian had called for help, so there must be a big problem. However, the two sides had not been separated for long, and this was the capital, which could be considered Su Yingtian's territory. How could there be a problem? "Where are we going to find him?" Marshal asked. Tang Zheng muttered to himself and said, "The headquarters of the National Security Bureau." Since they went to the headquarters of the National Security Bureau, then they might have encountered danger there. A moment later, the car stopped in front of the headquarters of the National Security Bureau. Tang Zheng had been here several times, and even the guard recognized him. However, the guard this time was obviously a new face. He stopped the two of them and asked cautiously, "Who are you looking for?" "We're looking for Chief Su," Tang Zheng said. The guard's expression changed slightly and said, "So you're looking for Chief Su? Then come with me." The two of them followed the guard into the building. Looking up, Tang Zheng felt that something was strange, but he could not say what it was. "How long has Chief Su been back?" Tang Zheng asked without batting an eyelid. "It's been a while." The guard hesitated for a moment before replying. Tang Zheng frowned and asked, "Is Chief Su all right?" "Of course he's fine," the guard said without hesitation. Tang Zheng and Marshall quietly looked at each other and saw the vigilance in each other's eyes. There was something wrong with this place. Su Yingtian had clearly called for help. How could there be no problem? Furthermore, the guard said that he had returned. With all sorts of contradictions intertwined, something must have happened. The two of them were not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, they were prepared to wait and see. "We're not going to Chief Su's office, are we?" Looking at the two sides that were getting more and more gloomy, Tang Zheng broke the silence and asked. The guard sped up and said, "Chief Su is in the innermost part." This was a long corridor. The end was pitch black, and it was impossible to see anything clearly. "Stop him." Tang Zheng snorted and made a move like lightning. The guard seemed to have guessed his actions. With a tap of his foot, he rushed forward and dodged the grab. Tang Zheng did not expect the other party to react so quickly and actually dodge the attack. Stop! Where do you think you're going? Tang Zheng once again made his move. His speed was as fast as lightning. The guard was finally unable to escape and fell into the palm of Tang Zheng's hand. Where's Chief Su? Where is he? Tang Zheng's face was ashen. It was extremely frightening. The guard panicked. His eyes rolled around and said, I don't know. You don't know? Humph, I have a way to find out. Tang Zheng snorted in disdain. Just as he was about to use the soul-searching technique, many people suddenly appeared from both sides and attacked him fiercely. There's an ambush. Tang Zheng shouted and blocked the door guard in front of him. A bullet actually hit the door guard in the head, exploding his head and killing him on the spot. Puff puff puff. In all directions, the sound of bullets passing through silencers rose and fell. In the capital, the sound of gunfire would definitely cause panic, so these people specially prepared silencers. The bullets brushed past the two of them. The two of them were like dancing birds, passing through the gaps in their own bodies. One in front and one behind. They respectively rushed towards their targets. Bang bang bang. Tang Zheng used his fists and Marshall used his fire underworld divine palm, striking many enemies. The two of them took this opportunity to rush backwards in an attempt to escape the building. Stop, you're still thinking of escaping after coming here? Suddenly, a thunderous roar exploded. A familiar person walked out from the end of the tunnel. Tang Zheng's pupils constricted as he shouted, Wind King. Wind King looked at Tang Zheng and Marshall with a complicated expression. He said in bewilderment, the two of you actually didn't die. It seems like you escaped the explosion with Su Yingtian. Where's Chief Su? You'll be reunited very soon. It's just that it's in the underworld. Wind King said with killing intent. Open fire. Puff puff puff. Bullets that blotted out the sky and covered the earth flew over. Tang Zheng immediately summoned his holy armor shield. Ping 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 ping. Like rain hitting a banana leaf, the bullets struck the holy armor shield but did not leave a single mark. Instead, the rebounding bullets hit many people. The National Security Bureau has been replaced by people from the Dragon Group. What is going on? Tang Zheng asked loudly. The National Security Bureau has already become history. In the future, it will be the world of the Dragon Group. Last time, you didn't die, but this time, you can forget about living. The Wind King flaunted his might and stretched out his hand. A tornado gradually condensed in his palm. Although it was only a miniature tornado, one could clearly sense the might it contained. Back then, Fire King died in your hands. Today, I will take revenge for Fire King. With that said, Wind King swung his hand forward. The tornado in his palm flew out and quickly grew in size, flying horizontally towards Tang Zheng and Marshall. The tornado spun rapidly, and even the bullets that were shot out were sucked into it. In an instant it arrived in front of Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng kept his holy armor shield, and with the move of the heaven-flying immortal sword technique, the War Soul Sword fiercely pierced into the center of the tornado. The tornado quickly moved forward around the War Soul Sword, trying to suck in Tang Zheng's entire body. Tang Zheng's expression turned cold and said, Insignificant skill. The War Soul Sword shone brightly, like 10,000 rays of multicolored light soaring into the sky, instantly piercing through the tornado. With a boom, the tornado collapsed and disappeared without a trace. But before Tang Zheng could even heave a sigh of relief, he discovered that there were small tornadoes all around him. He was in the center of the storm, and a strong tearing force came from all directions, as if it wanted to tear him apart. Tang Zheng started to spin on the spot, but the direction of the tornado was completely opposite. Then he heard the swishing sounds of the War Soul Sword as well as a glaring sword light. Every tornado was struck several times by the War Soul Sword. With a few rumbling sounds, the tornadoes shattered into pieces. Tang Zheng's figure flashed, holding onto the War Soul Sword. He pierced towards the Wind King, man and sword as one. The Wind King's expression changed slightly. With a wave of his hands, a huge tornado wrapped around him, forming a sturdy defense. Puff! The War Soul Sword struck the tornado. Its defensive power was astonishing, and it actually stopped the War Soul Sword from advancing any further. Tang Zheng smirked in disdain. You want to block my war soul sword with this little bit of defensive power? The innate chi crazily poured into the war soul sword. In that instant, the war soul sword's light exploded and pierced into the tornado like tofu. The tornado was immediately dyed blood red. The fresh blood followed the tornado and spun rapidly. In an instant, it turned into a tornado formed from fresh blood. However, the wind's speed gradually weakened. Not long later, the tornado disappeared, leaving behind a pool of blood on the ground. In the pool of blood, the Wind King had already lost his life and was lying on the ground in a sorry state. However, his eyes were sunken in and his entire body was skin and bones. He was completely different from before, like a dried-up mummy. It turned out that Tang Zheng's sword had pierced his body, and then all the blood had been sucked out by the tornado. There was not a single drop of blood on his body. Chapter 799. When the others saw the Wind King's death, their faces all changed and they all retreated. Tang Zheng glanced at the crowd and rushed towards the end of the tunnel with Marshall. The Wind King had rushed out from there, so maybe Su Yingtian was there. The people around could not resist the order and rushed over while shouting. Puff puff puff. The war spirit sword flashed, and the people in front fell to the ground. Blood splattered everywhere and formed a river. Tang Zheng and Marshall rushed through the tunnel like a whirlwind and arrived at the basement. In front of them was a mess. The ground and walls were filled with traces of battle and mottled with blood. You killed all my soldiers. I will perish together with you. Su Yingtian's heart-wrenching voice faintly sounded out. Tang Zheng and Marshall looked at each other, and their hearts skipped a beat. Su Yingtian was not dead, but the situation was not optimistic. His men were all dead. Bang! Tang Zheng flew and kicked a huge iron door, causing it to fall to the ground. The smell of blood assailed his nostrils, causing him to involuntarily cough. Tang Zheng quickly locked onto Su Yingtian, who was heavily surrounded. He was fighting a bloody battle. His clothes were already dyed red with blood and he was riddled with wounds. He was in a sorry state, like a trapped beast. There were quite a few people on the ground. There were soldiers from the National Security Bureau, and also people from the Dragon Group. The one leading the attack was the Water King. Su Yingtian was already exhausted. If not for his tenacious willpower, he would have already fallen. He clenched his teeth and his eyes almost popped out. Even if he died, he would remember these people's hateful faces. In his next life, he would also take revenge. His heart was bleeding. It was worse than death. Previously, he had led his subordinates back to the National Security Bureau headquarters. The guard had lied and said that the leader wanted to meet them. The group of people were brought to the basement, and he finally discovered something strange. At this time, the enemy suddenly attacked. They were caught off guard, and were caught completely off guard. Their casualties were disastrous, but no one cowered. Instead, they continued to persevere, fighting until their last breath. Su Yingtian already understood that this was a scheme of the Dragon Group's Xingfeng. He was definitely afraid that his misdeeds would be exposed, so he didn't hesitate to kill everyone involved. Such sinister intentions were rarely seen in this world. Su Yingtian refused to give up, so he fought back and even asked Tang Zheng for help. Seeing the people around him fall down one by one, he felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. When he was finally the only one left, he almost despaired. The heavens were blind. Could it be that Xingfeng was allowed to deceive everyone and run amok? He was unwilling to give up. His strong willpower supported him and prevented him from collapsing immediately. He subconsciously counterattacked the attacks coming from all directions. This was the scene that Tang Zheng saw. That unyielding body made his heart ache, and a monstrous anger rushed to his brain. He flew into a rage and said, "Go to hell!" Shwa shwa shwa. The outermost super soldiers were all struck by the battle soul sword and fell to the ground dead. When the others saw this, they scattered in all directions. The Water King glared and said, "Tang Zheng, you didn't die either." "I won't die even if you die," Tang Zheng said coldly. "Back then, your Dragon Group people escaped, and now you've come to the National Security Bureau. No matter what, you people can forget about leaving this door." You only have 3 people. The entire National Security Bureau headquarters are our people. Who do you think has a higher chance of winning? The Water King said disdainfully. Tang Zheng coldly laughed. Victory is not decided by the number of people. No matter how many people there are, they are all chickens and dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. Is that so? Then we'll kill you all. Then no one will know what happened on the ocean. Group leader Xing has always wanted you dead. There is a path to heaven but you don't want to take it. There is no door to hell but you insist on barging in. Today, I'll let you all perish together. The Water King said arrogantly. Although he had seen Tang Zheng fight before, he had never truly fought with him. In his heart, he believed that since he had the advantage in numbers, dealing with Tang Zheng would not be a problem. This was not like when they were on the ocean. They had to hide and act quietly. Now they were brazen and could go all out. Kill. Tang Zheng was too lazy to waste words with him. With a loud roar he rushed forward. Marshall was the same. Every time the fire underworld palm struck a person, their chest would feel like it was on fire. Not only would it cave in, but it would also leave behind a burning handprint. When Su Yingtian saw that the reinforcements had arrived, tears almost flowed out of his eyes. He roared, Tang Zheng, kill them all and take revenge for the dead. The Water King blocked Tang Zheng. His hands formed claws, and 2 balls of water appeared in his palms. Then he pushed them forward, and the balls of water transformed into 2 water dragons. One on the left and one on the right. They rushed towards Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng bellowed. The War Soul Sword released a dazzling light that tangled with the water dragons. Water was the source of all living things and had a myriad of forms. Thus, when the War Soul Sword slashed onto the water dragon did not dissipate. Instead, it wrapped around the War Soul Sword, causing Tang Zheng's attack to disappear. His strength is actually higher than the Wind King's. Tang Zheng's gaze turned cold. He immediately kept the War Soul Sword back into the Sumeru world. He reached out with both hands and grabbed the water dragon. Bang! The water dragon was powerful and heavy, shaking Tang Zheng's palm until it seemed like it was about to split open. However, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile, and said, Let's see how much water you can gather. As soon as he finished speaking, a black hole appeared in his palm, swallowing the heavens technique. This time, he did not use the swallowing heavens technique's absorption technique. Instead, he used the most fundamental power of the swallowing heavens technique. With a flash of black light, the roaring water dragon was sucked into the black hole and disappeared. This, Water King was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, What kind of technique is this? Swallowing the heavens technique, it's really a waste of talent to deal with you. Tang Zheng rushed forward. Black light flickered in his 2 palms, causing Water King to feel uneasy. The people around Water King roared, What are you all still standing there for? Watching the show? Da-da-da. The super soldier pulled the trigger, and bullets poured out, all of them heading towards Tang Zheng's body. Tang Zheng waved his hands, and all the bullets disappeared, swallowed by the swallowing the heavens technique. Everyone looked at the black hole in his palm in fear. They didn't know where the bullets were sucked to. Tang Zheng couldn't be bothered with the small shrimps. He rubbed his body and pounced towards Water King. Water King condensed another ball of water in his hand. With a flick of his finger, it turned into water droplets that filled the sky. They were like arrows that blotted out the sky, and their power was not to be underestimated. Tang Zheng used the same trick again. The black light in his palm shone brightly, and the black hole also expanded a bit. It sucked all the water droplets into the black hole, and then forced the Water King into a corner. Water King was good at using water to attack, because he had a way to collect water vapor in the air. Moreover, this water vapor could be recycled and used continuously. Therefore, his attacks could be continuous. Although this basement was humid and there was a lot of water vapor in the air, Tang Zheng directly sucked the water into the black hole, and the water vapor in this space suddenly decreased. If the Water King wanted to condense water vapor to attack again, it would be harder than ascending to the sky. The Water King had never encountered such a situation. In the world, water vapor was endless. However, he didn't expect that in this small world, all the water vapor would be sucked away by Tang Zheng. He couldn't reuse it at all. Without the water vapor, his strength was like a castle in the air. It looked good, but it was useless. Therefore, when Tang Zheng attacked again, he could only use the remaining water vapor in the air to counterattack. 2 egg-sized water balls appeared in his palm. Before he attacked, Tang Zheng's palm was in front of him. With a wave of his hand, the water balls were sucked into the black hole and disappeared without a trace. "You bully." The Water King wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was no longer as arrogant as before. This move almost made him collapse. "Not only am I bullying you, but I'm also going to kill you." Tang Zheng's palm hit the Water King's chest. The Water King flew out like a kite with a broken string, landing beside Su Yingtian's feet. Seeing this, Su Yingtian hysterically roared and grabbed the Water King's head. With a crack, he directly twisted the Water King's head off, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Seeing Su Yingtian's crazed and pained appearance, Tang Zheng couldn't help but sigh. This time, the blow to Su Yingtian was too big. Not only was his nest taken over, even his last remaining subordinates had died in front of him. This kind of blow was too big. Tang Zheng even saw Kai Guibin's body among the pile of corpses. Back then, he was the second in command of the dragon group, but now he had died at the hands of the dragon group. Xingfeng didn't even let him go. He was truly too vicious. Su Yingtian stared blankly at the bloody head in his hand. As if possessed, he muttered to himself, "Brothers, I've taken revenge for you." After a pause, he continued, "No, I don't have the right to take revenge for you. My greatest enemy is Xingfeng. Only when he's dead can you rest in peace." Su Yingtian had already heard from the Water King that the National Security Bureau had been abolished and merged into the Dragon Group. Now the Dragon Group was the only one in power. Xingfeng's power had reached an unprecedented peak. Wanting to kill Xingfeng was no longer an easy matter, but for the sake of his fallen brothers, Su Yingtian resolutely decided to get rid of Xingfeng. In the past, he often advised Tang Zheng not to lower himself to Xingfeng's level. But now he felt that those words were bullshit. Xingfeng deserved to die. If he didn't kill him, he wasn't human. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the other super warriors. He suddenly threw the head in his hand and roared, "Kill!" Then he pounced towards them like a madman. He seemed to have regained his fighting strength once again as he killed his enemies until they threw away their armor. The members of the dragon group were like a group of dragons without a leader as they scattered in all directions. Su Yingtian chased after them relentlessly as he roared, "Kill, kill, kill!" Tang Zheng and Marshall did not stop either. These super warriors were no longer true soldiers of the country, but Xingfeng's private army. Moreover, they had killed so many people from the National Security Bureau. So killing them was only right. Under the pursuit of the three of them, most of the super warriors did not manage to escape. In the end, the National Security Bureau's headquarters building was filled with blood and corpses. It was like hell on earth. Su Yingtian stood in the middle of the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. His entire body seemed to have been fished out of blood. His eyes were lifeless as he looked at everything in front of him, at the building. "Ha ha ha," he laughed, his laughter shaking the heavens. Tang Zheng let out a long sigh. He knew that he had changed, especially when he was chasing after them, not leaving a single one alive. Furthermore, he had killed the most people, and was like a completely different person from before. Chapter 800. Su Yingtian fell into a pool of blood. Tang Zheng quickly rushed over, and found that he was already on his last breath. In the battle just now, he had overdrawn his life force. After the battle ended, his life force was exhausted and there was no way to save him. Tang Zheng did not think that he would be so decisive. He sighed and regretfully said, "Why do you have to do this?" Su Yingtian smiled and weakly said, "The National Security Bureau is my lifeblood. Without it, how can I live in this world? It's just a pity that I didn't fulfill my oath and didn't kill that traitor Xingfeng." Cough, cough, cough. Su Yingtian violently coughed as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. "Don't say any more. I understand. I'll kill Xingfeng. I'll make him pay for the blood of those who died." Tang Zheng said resolutely as he gritted his teeth. "Tang Zheng, thank you. This time we made such a big fuss that the higher-ups will definitely blame us. You've been implicated by me." Su Yingtian was someone from the government, and was very clear about the rules of the government. This time, such a major incident had happened in the capital, and with the involvement of the National Security Agency and the Dragon Group, it was definitely a major event that would shock the entire government. Even if Su Yingtian was in the right, he would still be punished. It was because he was clear about this point that he couldn't bear to see his brothers die unjustly. Therefore, he decided to go on a killing spree and use blood to avenge them. Xingfeng will definitely distort black and white. In this aspect, he is much better than you. Therefore, you have to be careful. Not only do you have to be careful of Xingfeng, but you also have to be careful of the government. These words were from the bottom of his heart. Tang Zheng's heart moved as he heavily nodded. Chief Su, don't worry. Xingfeng won't be able to jump around for long. I believe you. It's just that when facing the government, they have to be courteous. After all, they were blinded by Xingfeng. The chief is still a good leader who empathizes with the suffering of the people. Su Yingtian was deeply afraid that Tang Zheng would get angry and start a fight with the bureau chief. That would be treason, which would go against Su Yingtian's expectations. Moreover, it would also be disadvantageous to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng nodded. Although there are many dissatisfactions in this country, overall, it is developing in a good direction. This shows that the general direction of the highest leader is right and good overall. It's just that there are too many people who deceive their superiors and deceive their subordinates. Indeed, we can't completely blame the highest-ranking leader. I understand. It's good that you understand. I won't be able to see the day you stand at the top of the world with my own eyes, but I believe that you will definitely reach that step. Farewell. Su Yingtian finished speaking and closed his eyes. Chief Su. Tang Zheng called out loudly, but there was no response. He hurriedly finished his life's journey. Tang Zheng's emotions fluctuated and he couldn't help but sigh. He and Su Yingtian had known each other for a few months. Although they didn't meet often, the two trusted each other very much and helped each other solve many problems. Seeing Su Yingtian's tragic end, Tang Zheng felt both heartache and anger. If Xingfeng didn't get rid of him, who knew who would be the next to suffer? Moreover, Xingfeng already knew that they had survived, so he would definitely do everything he could to get rid of them. The two sides originally maintained a fragile balance. Now that the balance was broken, the conflict between the two heated up sharply and reached a white-hot stage. Either you die or I die. Tang Zheng put all the bodies of the National Security Bureau's people into Sumeru World, and then set the place ablaze. The raging fire soared into the sky, and the sirens sounded in the distance. Tang Zheng and Marshall quickly left the scene. A moment later, they arrived at a dense mountain in the suburbs. After burying everyone, they returned to the city. It was early evening, and the city was already under martial law. Every street was filled with armed police officers. There were even many plainclothes officers. They were the super soldiers of the Dragon Group. All the passing cars had to be inspected, and the pedestrians were no exception. Tang Zheng frowned and said, Xingfeng's movements are really fast. He has already set up an inescapable net to search for us. Xingfeng doesn't know how many of us survived. He is most afraid that we will complain to the imperial court. If that happens, his good days will come to an end. Marshall said angrily. Tang Zheng shook his head and said, It's not that simple. You also heard what Chief Su said. If the people at the top know that we are the ones who did this, then we will definitely be punished. Moreover, the people at the top have just entrusted Xingfeng with an important task, so they might not punish him immediately. If that happens, won't people be pointing at us behind our backs and scolding the leader for not being able to see through people? Marshall's eyes lit up and said, You're saying that although the people at the top know what Xingfeng has done, they might still be indifferent and protect him? Tang Zheng sneered. Chief Su has been in the official circle all his life. He is blinded by a single leaf and does not see the true face of Lu Shan. As for us outsiders, we can see it the clearest. Marshall asked worriedly. Since the authorities choose to ignore it, what should we do? If the authorities don't want to do it, we'll do it. I don't have as many worries as them, Tang Zheng said with killing intent. In the past, the reason why he did not kill Xingfeng was because of his status as an official. If he killed him, it would cause the officials to be dissatisfied and even attack him. In addition, Su Yingtian repeatedly dissuaded him, causing him to temporarily give up on the idea, and both sides were at peace. But now Su Yingtian was dead, and Tang Zheng had guessed that the authorities might do something, so he could not just ignore it and wait for death. He had to take action. Getting rid of Xing Feng was a top priority. However, since Chief Su has given us the order, we should consider it as completing his last wish. I will first make a trip to the inner palace and see what the authorities say. Tang Zheng changed his tone and said, "You're going to the inner palace at night?" Tang Zheng nodded. "I've been there twice, so I'm not unfamiliar with it." "Didn't you say that there are experts in the inner palace?" Marshall asked worriedly. Tang Zheng said resolutely, "Even if there are experts, I will still go. Moreover, I am already at the 4th stage of the Golden Core stage, which is equivalent to the 4th stage of the Great Master stage. Even if I were to break into the inner palace at night, I would still have the ability to protect myself." Seeing him so confident, Marshall could only agree and did not forget to remind him, "Then you should be more careful. Why don't you go home first?" "No, I want to go with you. I'll wait for you nearby. If anything happens, I'll support you," Wu Jian said. Tang Zheng squeezed her hand and squeezed out a smile. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." In the night, the two of them passed through layers of checkpoints and finally arrived near the mysterious courtyard. Tang Zheng wanted to break into this courtyard to find the chief and report to him about Xing Feng's actions. Under the night sky, the courtyard was exceptionally quiet. It was completely different from the hustle and bustle of the capital, as if it had come to another world. However, there were endless dangers hidden in the silence. Tang Zheng did not climb over the wall. Instead, he soared into the air and steered the War Soul sword to sneak in from a high altitude. The sky was dark, which coincidentally gave Tang Zheng the best camouflage. He landed on the roof without anyone noticing, and even his breathing did not make the slightest sound. At this moment, his nerves were already on high alert. The slightest movement could cause a group of people to attack him. The hidden experts of the inner palace would definitely kill him indiscriminately. After all, there were not many good people who broke into the inner palace at night. Most of them were assassins, and assassins who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Tang Zheng could already clearly feel a few powerful auras lurking in the dark. He carefully avoided the other party and jumped down from the roof. In a flash, he moved along the eaves. The courtyard was not too big, so he did not have to search too hard to find the chief's location. It was easy to say, but in reality, only he knew how many hardships and dangers were hidden. If he had not been here before, he would have been completely in the dark. Moreover, he had to avoid the detection of the experts of the inner palace, which was even more difficult. He gently pushed open the window. Creak. The window made an extremely soft sound. "Shit," he secretly shouted, but did not stop his actions. Instead, he bent his waist and went in through the window. He happened to see the chief sitting behind the desk with his head lowered, reading a book. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Outside the house, a few strong winds blew in from all directions. Tang Zheng strode to the desk. The chief coincidentally raised his head. After seeing Tang Zheng, a look of surprise flashed across his face. "Chief," a voice called out from outside the house. Tang Zheng nervously looked at the chief. If he were to call for help, then he would be taken hostage today. The chief's expression quickly returned to normal. He sternly said, "It's okay, you may leave." "Chief, someone entered your house." The person outside was obviously not at ease. "Leave, this is an order." The chief's tone became more serious. The person outside did not dare to disobey and retreated. However, Tang Zheng still felt that they only took a few steps back. They could attack or retreat. If there was another emergency, they would definitely break in without hesitation. "Tang Zheng, why are you here?" The chief frowned and asked. Tang Zheng was surprised and said, "You know I'm not dead?" The chief nodded and said, "I didn't know at first. I only found out today. Xing Feng reported it." "Xing Feng?" A murderous look flashed across Tang Zheng's eyes. The person outside the house clearly felt the murderous look and was ready to make a move. The chief also sensed it and frowned even more. He directly asked, Why did you come to see me in the middle of the night? Tang Zheng looked at him suspiciously and said, Since Xingfeng came to find you, then did he say anything about me? He was testing the other party, or perhaps Xingfeng knew a lot about him. Of course he did. Not only you but also Su Yingtian. The nature of what you did today is too bad. The chief's tone became even more serious. He placed his hands on the desk and was imposing without being angry. If it was anyone else who saw this kind of superior attitude and aura, they would definitely be scared speechless. However, Tang Zheng had the dragon chi and dragon might. If he were to explode out, even the other party would not be able to help but tremble, so how could he be afraid? Chapter 801. The bureau chief looked at Tang Zheng and didn't answer the question directly. Instead he asked, Then do you think I should believe him? If it's a foolish person, he will naturally believe it. If it's a wise person, he will scoff at it, Tang Zheng said bluntly. Other people would be in awe of high-ranking officials, but Tang Zheng was already holding back his anger. He didn't hold back at all when he spoke. The bureau chief's eyelids twitched and returned to normal. He said earnestly, Tang Zheng, things aren't as simple as you think. You're too young. Tang Zheng curled his lips and sneered. Then you don't believe me? So what if I believe you? The bureau chief stared at Tang Zheng with a burning gaze. If you believe me, then kill Xingfeng and take revenge for those who died unjustly, Tang Zheng said firmly. The bureau chief chuckled. Is this the result you want? The heavens are clear. Xingfeng brought this upon himself. Why can't I? Tang Zheng retorted. The heavens, hee. The bureau chief laughed meaningfully. Ask Su Yingtian to come and see me. I'll tell him that I'll return everything he lost to him. The government didn't know that Su Yingtian was already dead. Tang Zheng's expression darkened. He's dead. Greater than or equal to dead? The bureau chief was stunned. Xingfeng's report was that Su Yingtian and his gang attacked the dragon team and escaped after killing and arson. Yes, it's all Xingfeng's fault. So I must get justice for him. Tang Zheng's gaze was firm. The bureau chief was slightly moved. Nonsense. A bunch of people are fooling around. We're all from the same root. Why are you in such a hurry to kill each other? The bureau chief slammed the desk and said angrily. Some people don't think that we're all from the same root. We've tolerated him time and time again, but what we got in return was Xingfeng's arrogance. Not only did he abandon his comrades in the middle of the sea and flee, but now he's trying to kill his comrades. This kind of person is a scourge in this world. The bureau chief was silent, and his eyes kept changing. As a leader, he was naturally more intelligent than others. From the fact that Su Yingtian and the rest had returned to the capital safely, it had already explained many things. Xingfeng's report could not be trusted. There must have been many unknown things happening on the sea. Xingfeng had deliberately concealed the truth. But so what? The government chose to believe Xingfeng's words. If they immediately investigated him, wouldn't it be a slap to their own face? Although they were fighting tigers everywhere and controlling corruption, they could not let the government lose face. Otherwise, the gains would not make up for the losses. No one could bear this responsibility. Tang Zheng, you go back first. After we've done our research, we'll naturally come up with a countermeasure. We won't let those people die in vain. The bureau chief comforted him. Tang Zheng was greatly disappointed. Su Yingtian was right about this result. The so-called research was just an excuse. They must have weighed the pros and cons. In the end, it was still impossible to conclude what would happen to Xingfeng. Moreover, Xingfeng had the support of a high-ranking official. He would not watch as his people were destroyed. Seeing Tang Zheng's nonchalant expression, the bureau chief's eyes turned cold. He said sternly, Tang Zheng, Xingfeng is an official. If he has done anything wrong, the government will come to a conclusion and punish him severely. Do you understand? What he meant was to remind Tang Zheng not to act rashly. Tang Zheng did not comment and said, If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Seeing Tang Zheng resolutely turn and leave, the bureau chief leaned back and leaned against the leather chair. He pinched his eyebrows and thought to himself. Su Yingtian had once strongly recommended Tang Zheng, and felt that the government should rope him in. This person was born and raised under the red flag. He still had feelings for the country. If he could rope in such a strong helper, it would definitely be beneficial to the country. But Tang Zheng's only flaw was that he was too undisciplined. He did not have the sense of restraint of a soldier. If he thought of something, he would do it himself. He might not even inform the government. He did not even respect the powerful officials. This was the pros and cons. If it was not used properly, there would be problems. But if it was just right, it would be of great use. But the government had never come to a conclusion on how to treat Tang Zheng. Seeing Tang Zheng's performance today, the bureau chief regretfully shook his head and drew a big X on the paper. Outside the courtyard, Tang Zheng saw Marshal. Marshal immediately asked about the situation. Tang Zheng shook his head with a serious expression and said, "It's not optimistic. It seems that the government will not touch Xingfeng for the time being." "Then what should we do?" Tang Zheng was silent, but he had already made up his mind. The government would not care, but he would not forget Su Yingtian's dying instructions. "Let's go home first. We've been out for so long this time. They must be very worried," Tang Zheng said. When the two of them pushed open the door, everyone was stunned. Their expressions were different, but Nana was the first to react. Her figure flashed, and she flew into his embrace. She hugged his neck and rubbed her head nonstop. She was overjoyed and said, "Brother, you're finally back. Nana missed you so much." Looking at her delicate face, the killing intent in his heart was temporarily thrown to the back of his mind. He carried her and walked towards the crowd. Seeing that everyone's expression was strange, he could not help but ask, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Wah." Fang Shishi's tears flowed out of her eyes as she tightly hugged Tang Zheng. She and Nana occupied his left and right. "Whoa, I knew you weren't dead. It's great that you're back." Tang Zheng was confused. "Someone said I was dead?" Fang Shishi nodded with tears of joy. "The government said you died in battle. I knew they were lying. You promised me that you would come back. You wouldn't lie to me." Tang Zheng was shocked. The government had actually judged him as a dead man. They must have been under a lot of pressure. He patted her back and said guiltily, "It's all my fault. Don't cry. Didn't I come back safe and sound?" He gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. He was extremely distressed. He looked up at the others and found that apart from the Empyrean fairy, everyone else's eyes were red. This was especially true for Lu Qingmei. Her eyes were filled with tears and her legs were trembling. She wanted nothing more than to throw herself into Tang Zheng's arms. But she resisted. After all, there were so many people present and her identity was too special. Princess Anne wiped the corner of her eyes and revealed a relieved smile. "Master said before that you were an unkillable cockroach." She was right. Mu Hongyan's body went soft and sank into the sofa. During this period of time, she had been under more pressure than anyone else. This was because she had a heavy burden on her shoulders. She had to wake up early and sleep late every day. She was so busy. Perhaps, only when she was busy could she forget about Tang Zheng. Now that she saw him standing in front of her alive, her heart fiercely beat. Many emotions intertwined and mixed together. "I'm really sorry for making everyone worry," Tang Zheng said guiltily. "Your safe return is the most important. There's no need to say these words. Yes, everyone is happy that you're safe." Everyone was talking at once, but it was difficult to express the joy in their hearts. Only the Empyrean fairy Fu Yao was the calmest. She glanced at him indifferently, and then turned her attention to the TV. This was because she had never believed the news of Tang Zheng's death. Fang Shishi was reluctant to leave Tang Zheng. She kept hugging his arm as if she was afraid that in the blink of an eye, he would disappear again. After confirming that all this was not a dream, her heart felt a lot more at ease. The corner of her mouth hung a smile of regaining what she had lost. Everyone gathered together. Tang Zheng asked in detail about what had happened during this period of time. When he learned that his death had caused so many disturbances, he could not help but sigh. If he did not show up, he was afraid that there would really be a big problem. Those who were lurking in the dark would really not be able to hold back and take action. Perhaps it would even endanger their safety. "Sister Mu, you've worked hard during this period of time. You've supported all the matters of the group. Tang Zheng said sincerely. Mu Hongyan recovered her mood. She smiled faintly and said, "This is not just my credit. There is the support of all the colleagues in the company. In addition, in the end, I need the help of the Yin family, Yi Tianlei and Qing Mei. Only then can I persist and let the company operate normally." Tang Zheng nodded. He already knew that Yi Tianlei and Lu Qingmei had also joined the group. In fact, he was not very relieved that Lu Qingmei was working in other places. After all, the workplace was like a battlefield. There were too many traps. He was not willing to let Lu Qingmei take risks. But in the past she did a good job, so it was not easy to persuade her to come to his group. This time, she actually took the initiative to join, which was an unexpected surprise. Tang Zheng's head warmed. He nodded towards Lu Qingmei and said, "Sister Mei, thank you." His relationship with Lu Qingmei was not made public, so it was not good to be too intimate in front of everyone. Lu Qingmei suppressed the impulse in her heart and pretended to be calm as she said, "This is what I should do." Finished speaking, she looked at Tang Zheng and smiled affectionately. All the words and affection were vividly expressed in this smile. Tang Zheng understood her smile and wished that he could immediately hug her tightly in his arms. Feng Shishir looked at the two thoughtfully, but did not say anything. She was a smart girl and remembered everything. Of course, she guessed some things but did not point it out. As long as Tang Zheng was by her side, it was the greatest satisfaction. Subconsciously, she hugged Tang Zheng tighter and let his arm press on her chest. "Brother, Nana is also very powerful. I didn't slack off. Master often praises me for my great progress." Seeing others chatting enthusiastically with Tang Zheng, Nana did not want to fall behind and said, "Really?" Tang Zheng pretended to be surprised and asked. In fact, when he entered the door, he saw the changes in her body. She was already a real cultivator. At such a young age, she had already reached the 6th grade of the foundation establishment stage. It must be known that she had not been apprenticed for long. Even Tang Zheng did not have such a fast cultivation speed. He could not help but admire her. If he had taught Nana at the beginning, he would not have such a good effect. The Empyrean fairy could be said to have devoted all her efforts to Nana. A famous teacher produces a brilliant student. This sentence was really true. Nana's progress could be said to be heaven-defying. It seemed that the Empyrean fairy was not lying. Nana's physique was indeed suitable for cultivation. However, although her cultivation was high, she was still young, so she did not have much attack power. Chapter 802. Feng Shishir suppressed her shyness and invited Tang Zheng to her room. Tang Zheng certainly would not refuse. Seeing her tear-stained face, he felt very distressed. However, he still took the time to sneak into Lu Qingmei's room. The two people tightly hugged each other and kissed passionately. Then Lu Qingmei buried her head in his chest and told him about her lovesickness. "Okay, I'll go out quickly. Otherwise, someone will be waiting anxiously." After being warm for a while, Lu Qingmei sourly said, "Sister Mei." Tang Zheng's heart was sour. "Don't act like a little girl. You are a man, I understand. Go, don't tell me you don't even listen to your teacher's words." Lu Qingmei deliberately said with a straight face. Tang Zheng hugged her and gave her a French kiss before slipping out. Feng Shishir had already finished washing up and was lying on the bed. Seeing him tiptoeing in, she pointed to the bathroom and said, "Go take a bath." Tang Zheng quickly took a bath and got into bed. Feng Shishir was like a kitten, docilely lying on his chest and gently rubbing his chest. Tang Zheng's hand also moved around her smooth skin. "Your student status has been cancelled. You can go to the school tomorrow to restore it." Feng Shishir felt the big hand passing over every inch of her skin, and said in a low voice. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment and said, "The school's action is quite fast." He paused for a moment and said, "Since it has been cancelled, there is no need." "No need." Feng Shishir propped up her arms. The scenery of her chest was clearly visible as she stared at him and asked, "Yes, I didn't go to the university for any certificate. It was just a kind of experience, and to complete my grandfather's wish. But now my life's focus is not on the school. Moreover, I feel that the matter of the demon race is not that simple. 100 Faces Star-Lord has not appeared. I don't know what kind of conspiracy he is brewing. Since the school has revoked my student status, then I'll take this opportunity to end my university career. Have you thought it through? Feng Shishir asked hesitantly. Most of her attention was still on her studies. She couldn't completely understand Tang Zheng's thoughts, but she respected his choice. I've already decided. Feng Shishir didn't try to persuade him any further. All right then. Tang Zheng attacked her. Gradually, Feng Shishir's skin became hot. She hugged his neck, her eyes were full of lust, and her breath smelled like orchids. She whispered, "Want me?" Spring nights were short, but many people could not sleep in the endless night. Xing Feng was flustered and exasperated, his face ashen. The ground was a mess. Who knew how many things had been destroyed? The others lowered their heads and kept quiet out of fear. Rice buckets, a bunch of rice buckets. So many people failed to deal with those few people. Water King and Wind King even died. Truly useless rice buckets. Xing Feng was like an enraged wild beast, roaring angrily again and again. The Thunder King's face was dispirited. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. This matter was out of his expectations. He hadn't thought that these people would actually not die and even return to the capital. When he had first heard this news, he had been shocked. However, after hearing Xing Feng methodically arrange for an ambush to kill these people, his heart settled back into his stomach. However, the final result was that the dragon group was almost completely annihilated. It didn't matter if some people died, but the other party had still escaped. This was a big problem. Xing Feng glanced at the Thunder King and said, "If you have something to say, say it." Group leader, now that Tang Zheng and the others have escaped, what do we do? Run. The Thunder King asked cautiously. Run my ass. By the time you know how to run, it'll be too late. Xing Feng pointed above and said, "The higher-ups have already sent news. Tang Zheng has already gone to see the chief, and the two of them have been talking behind closed doors for a long time." Ah! The Thunder King gasped. Xing Feng actually had eyes and ears in the inner palace. This was too amazing, and even more so disgraceful. However, he was immediately scared out of his wits. His legs went weak, and he said in a trembling voice, "The chief already knows? Then aren't we finished?" "How can I, Xing Feng, be finished just like that?" Xing Feng said resolutely. "I've always told you to be smarter. Why are you still so stupid? If the chief wanted to touch me, we would have long been surrounded. How could we still be standing here unscathed?" The Thunder King thought about it. That was indeed the case. Confused, he asked, "Then what exactly is going on?" Xing Feng's expression fluctuated. "I've only just been promoted. Even if the higher-ups know of my actions, they can't possibly deal with me so quickly. This would be slapping their own faces. The higher-ups care about face the most, and they definitely won't do something like slapping their own faces. Thus, even if Tang Zheng goes to lodge a complaint, I'm still safe for the time being." Xing Feng was indeed a wily old fox in the officialdom. He was well versed in the ways of officialdom, and his guess was actually pretty close to the mark. The Thunder King was still on tenterhooks. But they'll definitely settle the score at an opportune time. At that time, we'll be in trouble. Xing Feng laughed coldly. Settle the score at an opportune time? They'll have to wait. The Thunder King looked at him in suspicion, seemingly deep in thought. Tell the subordinates to keep a close eye on him. It's not good for Tang Zheng to stay here for long. He must be eliminated, Xing Feng ordered. Yes, the Thunder King nodded in acknowledgement. At the same time, the Song family gathered together, all of their expressions unsightly. The Song family had many eyes and ears, and they were all shocked when they heard that Tang Zheng wasn't dead. Tang Zheng's return to the capital meant that the Song family's good days were about to come to an end. Song Yu's injuries were more or less healed. His face was ashen, and he gritted his teeth without saying a word. Song Jianan glanced at him and said, Is there any news from Sword Pavilion? I just received news that Sword Pavilion has already sent people to the capital to pick up eldest senior brother's body in a few days, Song Yu said. Who did Sword Pavilion send? Song Jianan's expression changed as he asked. Song Yu shook his head. I don't know for now. Song Jianan let out a long sigh and said, "If the people from Sword Pavilion are strong enough, then we can work together to get rid of Tang Zheng. Then the Song family will be safe. Otherwise, we can't just go back to hiding, right?" The dignified head of the Song family was actually living like a mouse, hiding here and there, and not daring to show his face. This was not only sullen, but also a great humiliation. Song Yu nodded firmly. "You're right. I hope Sword Pavilion sends an expert this time. It's best if His Excellency Sword God comes in person," Song Jianan said. Many of the other well-informed people found out that Tang Zheng did not die that night and returned safely. Many of the people who were ready to make a move quieted down. Tang Zheng's name was well known enough that no one dared to look down on him. Similarly, many people had already learned about the return of the demon race. Naturally, they were shocked. But because of the false news brought back by Xingfeng, these people thought that the demon race had been wiped out and did not pay attention to this matter. The next day, Tang Zheng, Mu Hongyan, and Lu Qingmei came to the group together. As soon as they appeared, they caused a big sensation. The ordinary staff did not know Tang Zheng's identity, but the core staff knew that Tang Zheng was their real boss. When they saw him standing in front of them alive, they were all shocked. Then their morale was greatly boosted, and their hearts were put back into their stomachs. Tang Zheng's purpose of this trip was to appease people, so he had to make this trip. After listening to a simple report, he found that all the business was proceeding normally. Although the situation in Europe was not satisfactory, Tang Zheng did not care too much. Those European royal families had gone back on their words. He would settle this account with them later. Tang Linger was not in the company. It was said that she had recently participated in the shooting of a movie and was in full swing with the crew. Tang Zheng was slightly relieved. Tang Linger did not know about Tang Zheng's death, so she was not distracted. Her career was rising rapidly, and she had already gained some fame in the country. After chatting with Yi Tianlei for a while, Yi Tianlei earnestly asked Tang Zheng to take a look at Yi Dingdang. Tang Zheng's heart thumped as he asked, "What happened to Dingdang?" During this period of time, she did not eat or drink. She missed you very much. It was as if her soul had been taken away. Yi Tianlei thought of his daughter's state and could not help but sigh. Tang Zheng felt a pain in his heart. Damn Xingfeng, spreading false news of his death and implicating so many people. He could not help but blame himself. He had thought too simply. So many people were worried about him, but he had gone missing. He was really too irresponsible. After leaving the company, Tang Zheng anxiously went to Yi Dingdang's new home. This new home was completely incomparable to the Ye family's courtyard house or ordinary Balance's villa. It was completely an ordinary family of 3 with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. It was Tang Zheng's first time coming to the Ye family. After knocking on the door, he saw Feng Xinyang. Feng Xinyang opened her eyes in surprise and was overjoyed. "Little handsome, you are not dead." "Haha, I knew it. Heaven helps the worthy. How could you die? Those gossiping guys are too hateful." During this period of time, her daughter had suffered and suffered because of the news of Tang Zheng's death. She saw it with her own eyes and felt pain in her heart, but there was no cure. When she saw Tang Zheng standing in front of her alive, she knew that all the pain was over. "Aunt Feng, is Dingdang here?" Yes, coming quickly. She is in the bedroom. I will take you there." Feng Xinyang's eyes were red. She hurriedly led Tang Zheng to Yi Dingdang's door. "Dingdang, come out quickly. Look who is here." Feng Xinyang knocked on the door and said, "I don't want to see anyone." Yi Dingdang's weak voice came out. Tang Zheng had a headache. How did Yi Dingdang, who used to be lively and cheerful, become so weak? "I will go out for a while. You accompany her." Feng Xinyang patted Tang Zheng's shoulder and whispered. Then she left the house. Tang Zheng stood in front of the door, took a deep breath and said, "Dingdang, is it me?" The room fell into a dead silence. "Dingdang, why are you not talking? Open the door." Creak. The door was suddenly pulled open. A thin figure rushed out. Her hair was a little messy. She looked tired, and her eyes were dim. But when she saw Tang Zheng, she gradually regained her spirit. Yi Dingdang stared straight at Tang Zheng. Her tears were like 2 strings of pearls. Her lips twitched, and she could hardly believe what she saw. Chapter 803. Seeing the soulless and incomparably haggard Yi Dingdang, Tang Zheng's heart was filled with tenderness. He immediately pulled her into his embrace and was reluctant to let go. He wished he could rub her into his body. Dingdang, you've suffered, Tang Zheng emotionally said. Yi Dingdang hugged his waist and buried her head in his chest. Smelling the familiar scent on his body, her entire body trembled as she choked out, "You're not dead. You're finally back." "Yes, I'm not dead. I still want to see you, so how could I bear to die? But do you know how worried I was about you?" Yi Dingdang's voice rose a few octaves as she punched Tang Zheng's back. Then, her fists were like raindrops as they hit Tang Zheng. "You're too bad. Why didn't you come back when you were fine? You made me worry for so long. I even have the heart to die. My heart is broken." Although the fists hit his body, he felt that Yi Dingdang's heart was 1,000 times more painful than this. He couldn't help but feel like his heart was being cut by a knife. The fists stopped. Yi Dingdang seemed to have collapsed as she laid on top of Tang Zheng's body. "Your body is weak. Lie down for a while," Tang Zheng advised. Yi Dingdang had lost a lot of weight, and he almost couldn't recognize her. "Carry me over," Yi Dingdang said coquettishly. She had been with Tang Zheng for so long, but she had never used such a coquettish tone before, so it sounded very charming. Tang Zheng smiled and carried her up by the waist. Yi Dingdang wrapped her arms around his neck as she stared into his eyes. She had fantasized countless times before about him hugging her so intimately. Now that her dream had come true, her heart was filled with sweet warmth. After experiencing this life and death separation, she thought of many questions. If she had agreed to be with him earlier, she wouldn't have this regret. Perhaps, if he had her by his side, he might not have died. Even if he died, it would be a great blessing to have her by his side. As for Tang Zheng's romantic debt, she chose to ignore it. Moreover, there was another voice in her heart that defended him. There were thousands of successful men in the world, and this kind of man would definitely attract the attention of many women. This was not all his fault. Moreover, during this period of time in the capital, she had seen the behavior of many men in the big families. They were even more unscrupulous than Tang Zheng. In comparison, Tang Zheng appeared to be more outstanding. Therefore, the conflict in her heart was dissolving bit by bit. She silently swore that if she could see Tang Zheng again, she would definitely not dwell on those questions anymore. Although she still hadn't gotten over the hurdle in her heart, she didn't want to think about it for the time being. She just wanted to be with Tang Zheng and couldn't bear to part with him again. "Kiss me." Lying on the bed, Yi Dingdang closed her eyes and said with a red face. Tang Zheng was slightly stunned. He didn't expect her to be so proactive. Looking at the beautiful face so close to him, he couldn't help but kiss it. Yi Dingdang responded in a jerky and intense manner. Her whole body went soft as if it had turned into water. Her breath was like orchids as she gasped for breath. She gradually opened her eyes and stared at Tang Zheng with her dark eyes. It was as if she wanted to imprint his appearance in her heart and never erase it. "Tang Zheng, I love you," Yi Dingdang said. Tang Zheng shook his head and excitedly kissed her. The two rolled together on the bed. "Tang Zheng, I will give my body to you. I want to truly belong to you and have you," Yi Dingdang whispered into Tang Zheng's ear. Tang Zheng had fantasized about this day before, but he didn't expect it to come so suddenly. He couldn't help but be stunned. But looking at her burning eyes and haggard appearance, he was both happy and distressed. He stroked her cheeks and said, "You are too tired. You need to rest well. This matter isn't urgent." Yi Dingdang stared at him without backing down. She stubbornly said, "No, I want it." After saying this, she tyrannically tore at Tang Zheng's clothes. With the beauty taking the initiative and being so affectionate, Tang Zheng really couldn't find a reason to refuse. Yi Dingdang's performance was very wild, but also very unfamiliar. Very quickly, she stripped Tang Zheng naked, and then admired his strong physique. Her face was so red that it seemed like it was going to drip blood. And her heart was beating fast, but she still resisted the shyness in her heart, and took the initiative to gently stroke Tang Zheng. A moment later, the two met each other and became one. Yi Dingdang felt pain and bit Tang Zheng's shoulder. A row of teeth marks were clearly visible. After the battle, Yi Dingdang wrapped her arms and legs around Tang Zheng like an octopus. The corners of her mouth hung in a satisfied smile. Tang Zheng let out a long breath. Yi Dingdang's wildness was beyond his imagination. Although it was her first time tasting the forbidden fruit, because the foundation and flexibility of a martial artist's body were very good, the battle just now was really to their heart's content. They had reached a state where they forgot about everything else. At this moment, there was only each other in their eyes and hearts. It was difficult for them to tolerate anything else. Yi Dingdang gently touched the teeth marks on his shoulder and asked in distress, "Does it hurt?" Tang Zheng foolishly smiled and shook his head. "It doesn't hurt. You deserve it. Who told you to use so much strength? It's my first time, so I don't know how painful it is," Yi Dingdang said with a pout. "Yes, I deserve it." Tang Zheng hugged her tightly and said with pity, "This is my mark, do you know?" Tang Zheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only nod. "I know your mark. From now on you're mine." "Humph, I'll see how you explain yourself if other people see it," Yi Dingdang said mischievously. With this intimate relationship between the two, that layer of barrier was finally pierced through. Their intimacy became a lot more natural. "I'm yours and you're mine." Tang Zheng gently kissed her forehead and said with a smile. Yi Dingdang's lips curled up and sweetly smiled. She affectionately hugged him. At this moment, silence was better than words. Ka. The soft sound of the door opening rang out. As if their pressure points had been pressed, their bodies stiffened, and then their expressions greatly changed. "My mom is back. Hurry and put on your clothes." Seeing her flustered appearance, Tang Zheng couldn't help but laugh. Still laughing. "It's all your fault. If she finds out, I won't let you off." "It's fine even if she finds out," Tang Zheng said mischievously. "Be smart later. Don't let her find out." Yi Dingdang fiercely glared at him and warned. Feng Xinyang entered the house and found the bedroom door closed. She didn't disturb them, and went into the kitchen to get busy. If she barged in, she would definitely see a scene not suitable for children. The two neatly dressed and walked out. Feng Xinyang didn't turn her head and said, "You two play for a while. I'll call you when I'm done cooking." "Aunt Feng, let me help you." "No need. You two go play. Spend more time with Dingdang." Tang Zheng quietly whispered in Yi Dingdang's ear. "It seems your mom didn't find out." Yi Dingdang fiercely pinched him and said, "You're not allowed to say it." Tang Zheng chuckled. He was happy and sweet. But time was short. In the evening he left the Ye family. Yi Dingdang reluctantly sent him downstairs and kissed him passionately before letting him go. Tang Zheng didn't go home. His figure flashed and disappeared into the night. His eyes flashed with a biting cold killing intent. It was like he was a different person from before. "Xingfeng, if the government doesn't punish you, then I will personally take action and take revenge for Chief Su." This was the decision he made after leaving the courtyard house that represented power yesterday. If Xingfeng didn't die, he wouldn't be able to answer to Chief Su's spirit in heaven. Moreover, he knew that Xingfeng wouldn't leave the matter at that. Since that was the case, he might as well make the first move. This trip would definitely be dangerous. So he didn't even tell anyone about it. He was prepared to act alone. In the night, he was like a ghost. He blended into the night and no one could detect him. The Dragon Group's base in Beijing wasn't in the city. Instead, it was in an air raid shelter in the suburbs. This air raid shelter was a product of the last century. It was specially built to prevent nuclear attacks. It was practically hollowed out. There wasn't anything strange from the outside, but it was a completely different world inside. This place was reused after the establishment of the Dragon Group. Furthermore, it had undergone complicated modifications. Su Yingtian had briefly introduced it to Tang Zheng. That was why Tang Zheng was able to find the place. However, when he saw the flawless base that was blended into the mountain, he couldn't help but frown. This was because he couldn't find a place to enter. This was simply an ordinary mountain. It wasn't eye-catching. There wasn't even a fence. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely treat this as a barren mountain. However, Tang Zheng knew that there was a completely different world inside. "No, I must think of a way to enter." Suddenly, A beam of car light shot over from afar. Tang Zheng quickly bent his waist and hid in the bushes. He watched as a car drove to the front of the mountain. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up. The heavens were helping him. This was definitely a member of the dragon group. Then he could take this opportunity to sneak in. With a clear sound, the mountain slowly moved to both sides, revealing a huge door. The door rose and the car drove in. Tang Zheng took the opportunity and rushed in like lightning. He directly laid down under the car's chassis and hid. The people in the car didn't see anything. The door closed again, and the mountain returned to normal. Tang Zheng felt that he was falling. Elevator. Tang Zheng immediately understood. The base was not only in the mountain, but also underground. He had to use this elevator to enter. It was easy to defend and hard to attack. There was probably a camera in the elevator. If he didn't act fast enough, he wouldn't be able to fool the person behind the camera. His guess was right. Just now, there was only a shadow flashing on the screen. After that, everything returned to normal. The monitoring personnel didn't notice anything. Otherwise, the alarm would have gone off. Ding. The elevator stopped. The car started and drove out of the elevator. Tang Zheng was like a gecko lying under the car's chassis. He glanced outside. He could vaguely see that the base was very big. It was like an underground city. The car drove into the garage. The sound of the door closing could be heard. Then several people left together. Everything was quiet. Tang Zheng confirmed that there was no one around. Then he quietly climbed out from under the car. Chapter 804. The underground parking lot was filled with cars, tanks, armored vehicles, and even helicopters. There was a dazzling array of vehicles, just like an arsenal. Maybe there are mechas here too, Tang Zheng guessed. With his current cultivation, he was not afraid of mechas, and these weapons were not much of a threat to him. The most important thing now was to find Xingfeng. Dong dong. Footsteps were heard. He hurriedly hid and found a person walking over alone. He strode forward and chopped the person's neck with his hand. The person immediately fell down. He changed into the person's clothes, wiped his face, and used an illusion to change into the person's appearance. Then he swaggered out. Just now he had used the soul-searching technique to grab enough information from the person's mind to know where Xingfeng's office was. But as for whether Xingfeng was in the base today, the person did not know. Tang Zheng followed the map and quickly passed through layers of checkpoints and arrived at the core area. Suddenly, Tang Zheng's pupils shrank as he saw a few behemoths, demon beasts. The demon beasts were locked in huge glass containers. Some were sleeping, some were struggling, and their bodies were connected with various wires. Tang Zheng had once heard Kai Guibin mention that the success of the Super Soldier and Mecha project was due to the demon beasts. Because the demon beasts' inner cores provided enough energy, and the demon beasts' bodies and blood provided research materials for the transformation of super soldiers. In short, without these demon beasts, the dragon group would not be as powerful as it was today. Xingfeng is really amazing. He actually caught so many demon beasts from the 100,000 mountains. Tang Zheng secretly praised. There was no way to go deep into the 100,000 mountains. Xingfeng spent a lot of effort to catch these demon beasts at the edge of the 100,000 mountains. Then these demon beasts became Xiaobai's mice. They could neither live nor die. Their bodies were thoroughly studied. After a simple glance, Tang Zheng prepared to pass through this area. After passing through another checkpoint, he would reach Xingfeng's office. Beep. The pass card in Tang Zheng's hand failed, and the red light of the entrance control lit up. Previously, his heart was unimpeded all because of this pass card. The sudden failure caught Tang Zheng off guard. Which department are you from? Is this a place where you can come? A group of people immediately surrounded him and questioned him fiercely. The dragon group had a strict hierarchy, and the person that Tang Zheng was impersonating was clearly not of a high enough level. He was so close, but there was nothing he could do. Tang Zheng was unwilling to accept this. Seeing the suspicious looks in the eyes of this group of people, Tang Zheng knew that it was useless to continue acting. He simply struck like lightning, and this group of people fell to the ground one after another. He casually picked up a person's pass, but he still couldn't swipe open the access control. The people in the distance had already seen the situation here, and they all rushed over while shouting, "We can't wait any longer. We can only use force." Tang Zheng pulled out Battle Soul, and with a move of transcendent flying immortal, the powerful and heavy Battle Soul fiercely chopped at the iron door. Pooh, like cutting tofu, the iron door was split into two halves. Tang Zheng dashed in with a tap of his toes. What greeted him was a super soldier. Da-da-da. Bullets were fired at an angle, directly greeting Tang Zheng. Ding ding ding. All the bullets hit the sacred armor shield. Tang Zheng held the sacred armor shield in one hand and Battle Soul in the other. He was invincible, and one by one, the super soldiers fell at his feet. "Tang Zheng, it's actually you." Tang Zheng had already recovered his true appearance. A thunderous shout rang out, and the Thunder King welcomed him. Tang Zheng's pupils constricted, and he was overjoyed. The Thunder King was Xingfeng's #1 lackey, and since he was here, it was very likely that Xingfeng was here as well. His guess was not wrong. Xingfeng was indeed here. Ever since he found out that Tang Zheng was not dead, he had been on guard against Tang Zheng. He even moved back to the base from the city. After all, there were many people here, and their equipment was complete, so they could better protect him. Who would have thought that by chance, this would fulfill Tang Zheng's wish? Otherwise, in such a big capital, it would not be easy for him to find Xingfeng. When he saw Tang Zheng barging in like a god of death, Xingfeng turned pale with fright. He thought to himself, how did he find this place? What guts! Even the government was temporarily not doing anything to him, but Tang Zheng actually dared to do the opposite, personally killing his way to his door. Xingfeng sighed at Tang Zheng's audacity. He was both furious and delighted. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it, and barge into hell. Since you've come to my territory, don't even think about escaping. Xingfeng swaggered to his feet and roared, kill him. Tear him into pieces. A large group of super soldiers rushed in, surrounding Tang Zheng so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. This small space was already filled with people, and Tang Zheng could not escape even if he had wings. Xingfeng laughed coldly, pleased with himself, and hurriedly retreated far away. He crossed his arms, calmly watching the show. Tang Zheng locked onto Xingfeng from afar, and the stone in his heart fell to the ground. It seemed that he had made the right choice this time. However, if he wanted to get rid of Xingfeng, he would have to go through the Thunder King and the other super soldiers. Without a doubt, this would be a tough battle. The Thunder King was a second-grade grandmaster. Moreover, he had the help of so many super soldiers. He was full of confidence as he shouted, "Everyone disperse. Let me deal with him." After saying that, he casually pointed his finger, and a burst of thunder exploded. Then, a thumb-sized bolt of lightning shot out from his finger, attacking Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng's head trembled. The other party could actually shoot out lightning. No wonder he was called the Thunder King. The four heavenly kings really had their own strengths. In the future, their strength would probably be even stronger. In fact, in terms of ability to control lightning, the Thundercloud Beast was definitely above the Thunder King. It was a pity that the Thundercloud Beast was not here. Otherwise, they could have competed. Although the Thunder King's momentum was terrifying, Tang Zheng did not cower in the slightest. Seeing the lightning attack, he fiercely thrusted out his sword, and the lightning struck the War Soul Sword. The lightning was like a maggot in a tarsal bone, following the sword blade to Tang Zheng's arm. Bang! A burst of green smoke rose. Half of Tang Zheng's sleeve was burned off, and his skin turned charred black. If he hadn't immediately used his true chi to stop the lightning, it would have flowed through his entire body, causing fatal damage to him. It seems that the War Spirit Sword will be at a disadvantage against his lightning technique. Tang Zheng simply put away the War Spirit Sword, and dealt with the Thunder King with his bare hands. Seeing this, the Thunder King laughed complacently. Tang Zheng, this is just the appetizer. The main course is still behind. Enjoy it. Tang Zheng curled his lips and said, if you have any ability, then take it out. Otherwise, you won't have a chance in the future. The Thunder King coldly snorted and said with an ashen face, then let's see who dies and who dies. The Thunder King leaped into the air and flicked his finger. Crackling sounds rang out nonstop as 10 bolts of lightning descended from the sky. In an instant, they covered the lights in the room, as if they were scorching suns in the sky. The other super soldiers all retreated, afraid that they would be implicated. As the 10 bolts of lightning descended, Tang Zheng raised the holy armor shield. Pung pung pung. The lightning struck the holy armor shield. The holy armor shield was a tortoise shell and didn't conduct electricity. Lightning flashed and gathered on the holy armor shield. Go! Tang Zheng roared. His true chi fluctuated and directly shattered the lightning bolts, disappearing without a trace. Seeing this, the Thunder King's mouth twitched. He said coldly, "I don't believe that you can block all of them." After saying this, his hands grabbed at the air. Pa pa! A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm gradually formed between his hands. The lightning flashed like a huge electric python, descending from the sky and pouncing toward Tang Zheng. Pung! The lightning still landed on the holy armor shield. However, it really slithered like a python, instantly passing through the holy armor shield and flying toward Tang Zheng's arm. This wasn't like the small lightning bolt from before. The power it contained was 100 times stronger. Tang Zheng didn't dare to let it touch his body. He reacted quickly and used the sky-swallowing technique. A black hole immediately appeared in his palm, and a huge suction force directly sucked the lightning bolt into the black hole. Immediately, one end of the lightning bolt was in Tang Zheng's palm, while the other end was in the Thunder King's palm. The two of them stared at each other from afar, glaring at each other furiously. What kind of technique is this? The Thunder King turned pale with fright. He had never seen such an ability before. Tang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the sky-swallowing technique was just right to deal with the Thunder King. Therefore, he walked toward the Thunder King step by step, shortening the distance between them. The two of them were still connected by that huge bolt of lightning. The huge suction force even spread out along the lightning bolt, reaching the Thunder King's palm. Quickly let go. The Thunder King knew that things weren't good. He wanted to immediately remove the lightning bolt, but he found that it was impossible. That suction force was connected to him, making it impossible for him to break free. Tang Zheng also gradually realized this point, and was overjoyed. The sky-swallowing technique was indeed amazing. It didn't disappoint him. Seeing Tang Zheng approaching step by step, the Thunder King shouted in panic. "What are you guys still standing there for? Quickly stop him." The super warrior was very depressed. "Didn't you tell us not to make a move?" Swoosh swoosh swoosh. However, no one dared to complain. All of them rushed toward Tang Zheng, trying to surround him to rescue him. Seeing this, Tang Zheng chuckled and let out a deep bellow. He waved his arm, causing the lightning bolt to move as well. The Thunder King also flew up. Like a meteor hammer, it swept toward the super warriors who were rushing toward him. Bang bang bang. Pa pa pa. The Thunder King crashed into the super warriors. The Thunder King cried out in pain, and the super warriors were all sent flying. The power of the lightning was even greater. Once it swept past the super warriors, they would be turned into charcoal. Their bodies would tremble, emitting black smoke, and they would fall to the ground dead. Tang Zheng was astonished. This Thunder King's lightning was indeed powerful. If he were to be hit by it, he wouldn't be in a good state either. Tang Zheng quickly put me down. "I'm going to kill you." The Thunder King howled at the top of his lungs. This was really a great humiliation. To think that he was being used as a weapon to deal with his own people. Tang Zheng chuckled and said, "You want to come down, right? Then I'll do as you wish." After saying that, he crazily circulated the sky-swallowing technique, and the lightning bolt was rapidly sucked into the black hole. The Thunder King was immediately pulled before Tang Zheng. The Thunder King was already exhausted. His face was covered in blood, and it was unknown how many of his bones were broken. He grimaced in pain, looking like a demon. Chapter 805. Seeing the Thunder King being swallowed up by the black hole, not only were the others shocked, but even Tang Zheng was extremely astonished. This was because the sky-devouring technique could only absorb inanimate objects in the past. It had never sacrificed a living being before. Why would the Thunder King be swallowed up by the black hole? Could it be the effect of the latter half of the sky-devouring technique? That must be it. Tang Zheng nodded silently. After completing the sky-devouring technique, its might was even greater than before. If it could even absorb living beings, then its might would increase tremendously. What's going on? Yeah, why did the Thunder King disappear? Everyone started to discuss spiritedly. They subconsciously took a few steps back, increasing the distance between them and Tang Zheng. They were deeply afraid that they would also be swallowed up by that black hole. Tang Zheng looked up, but no one was looking at him. And where was Xing Feng? Suddenly, Tang Zheng's eyes narrowed. He actually couldn't find Xing Feng's figure in the crowd. Damn it, he actually ran away. Tang Zheng stomped his feet hatefully. Xing Feng must have taken advantage of the intense battle between him and the Thunder King to slip away. Scram! Tang Zheng rushed into the crowd and roared. Many people subconsciously retreated, but there were still a few who tried to block him, but they were knocked far away. Without a leader, no one dared to block him. Tang Zheng rushed out like a whirlwind, leaving behind a group of people staring at each other. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew over. He looked up and actually saw a sky full of stars. The mountain above him actually split down the middle, and a loud boom came from above. An airplane. Tang Zheng locked onto the small dot in the sky with a single glance. It was actually an airplane. He didn't have time to marvel at the grand design of this base. He guessed that Xing Feng must have escaped by plane. This person's ability to escape was really top-notch. Escaping in the sea, he didn't even want his own base. He was fleeing in panic like a stray dog. This wasn't enough to satisfy Tang Zheng. What he wanted was Xing Feng's life. Xiaobai, come out. Let's chase. He quickly summoned Xiaobai and sat on it. He soared into the air and gave chase. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Two silhouettes streaked across the sky like meteors. The speed of the plane was extremely fast. Xiaobai was naturally not slow, but it was not so easy to catch up in a short time. Xiaobai, we must catch up to him this time. Otherwise, if he hides, it won't be so easy to find him next time. Tang Zheng patted Xiaobai's head and exhorted. Xiaobai squeaked and nodded. From dusk to dawn, the two sides circled in the air. The plane tried to shake off Tang Zheng, but in the end, it found that it was all in vain. Xiaobai was quite energetic. Although he couldn't catch up with the plane for the time being, he could keep up with it from afar. There was no way to shake him off. Beep beep. Suddenly, Tang Zheng's cell phone rang. It turned out to be a call without a number displayed. He was very surprised. This was his private phone number. Ordinary people would not have this number. Moreover, it was even stranger that there was no number displayed. However, he still answered the call. His body was in midair. The sound of the wind blew into the phone. He could only hear a dignified voice intermittently coming from the phone. This voice was very familiar. Tang Zheng immediately recognized that it was the bureau chief. He was shocked. Why did the bureau chief call so early in the morning? Tang Zheng, what are you doing? The bureau chief asked angrily. Tang Zheng instantly guessed the purpose of the call, but pretended not to know and asked, Bureau chief, what do you mean? Tang Zheng, where are you? I order you to immediately stop all your bad behavior. The bureau chief gave the order without hesitation. Tang Zheng raised his eyebrows. He was not a soldier under the bureau chief. Why would he listen to his orders? Thus he said in a neutral tone, Sorry, I still have something to do. Are you still chasing after Xing Feng? The bureau chief was angry. Tang Zheng actually disobeyed the order. Yes. Tang Zheng said straightforwardly, since justice cannot be done, then I can only do it myself. You are ignoring the country's big picture. Tang Zheng chuckled and said, Is the country's big picture protecting a villain like Xing Feng? Why would the country protect him? It's just that we won't touch him for the time being. The country has overall considerations. Tang Zheng said lightly, Sorry, I'm not an official. I don't understand so many principles. I only understand that Xing Feng must die to avenge Chief Su and the others who died. You have no respect for discipline. The bureau chief said angrily. I am a free person. Your so-called discipline can't control me. You don't need to persuade me anymore. And don't need to order me righteously. It's useless. Goodbye. Tang Zheng hung up the phone. If other people knew that he dared to hang up on the bureau chief, they would definitely scold him for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Tang Zheng clenched his teeth and stared at the plane in front of him. He thought bitterly, your government doesn't do anything, but that doesn't mean that I don't care. If Xingfeng is allowed to continue, who knows how many more people will be harmed by him. Xingfeng sat in the plane with an ashen face. He looked at the surveillance camera from time to time. That familiar figure made him gnash his teeth in hatred. Damn that Tang Zheng. He actually rode that beast and chased after me. I can't shake him off no matter what. Fine, since it's like this, then let's go to the desert in the Great Northwest. I have a lot of troops there. They may not be Tang Zheng's opponent. Whoosh! The plane flew over the desert and headed straight for its destination. From afar, one could see the towering tree of life. Its branches and leaves covered the sky. The vast desert had completely changed. It had turned into an oasis of life with green trees and blooming flowers. It was exceptionally beautiful. Xingfeng also found it hard to believe when he saw this scene from the plane. Although his subordinates had reported the situation to him, seeing it with his own eyes was a different matter. He smacked his lips and stared at the tree of life. He muttered to himself, what kind of harvest will I get if I can crack the mystery of it? He couldn't imagine it. Suddenly his pupils shrank. He looked down from the sky and saw a slight fluctuation in the space around the tree of life. What's going on? He had an idea and immediately ordered his subordinates to check the source of the energy fluctuation. His men had been studying the tree of life for months. Not only did they find nothing, they couldn't even get close to the tree of life. Therefore, this abnormal fluctuation made him wild with joy as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Seeing that the pursuers had arrived, he hurriedly ordered the plane to land. This plane was the latest model. It could take off and land vertically. Therefore, even in the desert, it could take off and land smoothly. The plane landed smoothly. Xingfeng directly jumped off the plane and looked back. He found that Tang Zheng had also chased after him. Leader, we found that someone broke the restriction of the tree of life and sneaked in. A surprised voice came from the earpiece. Someone broke through the restriction? Xingfeng was startled. He was shocked. His men had spent countless manpower and resources but failed to do so. However, someone beat them to it. Yes, it's a woman. I didn't see her face clearly. Then can we go in? Xingfeng asked anxiously. This was the question he was most concerned about. For the time being, we can. Fortunately, leader is wise and discovered it in time. Before the restriction is restored, we found a way to temporarily maintain the status quo. Now we can go in smoothly. But I don't know how long we can last. Xingfeng's heart moved. He hurriedly said, you must hold on. I'll go over immediately. He was ecstatic. This was really a help from the heavens. As soon as he came here, he found that he could break the restriction. This allowed him to get close to the tree of life. Maybe he could solve the mystery within. Although he was very curious about the woman who could break the restriction, he had so many people here. Therefore, he was not worried. Even if the other party was an expert, he was confident that he could deal with her. He looked back at the approaching Tang Zheng and ordered, everyone listen to my order. Stop him at all costs. Kill him without mercy. Boom. Boom. 3 mechas broke out of the ground and rose into the air to meet Tang Zheng. Whoosh. 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 Countless super soldiers also rose into the air. They had not seen Tang Zheng's power. Because they did not know, they were not afraid. Therefore, they aggressively attacked Tang Zheng. Xingfeng smiled complacently, then ran to the restrictive spell in a flash. When he saw the door with the restriction, his eyes almost turned red. He muttered excitedly, this time I must solve the mystery of the tree of life. Many scientists had already rushed in with their equipment. Although there was not much progress in the past few months, they had been painstakingly researching and had gained a lot. Therefore, everyone was confident that they could solve the mystery of the tree of life. Xing Fengfei also rushed in, but before he could take a few steps, the door closed, and the others were locked out of the restriction. He still had a lingering fear. If he was a few steps later, he wouldn't have been able to enter. He saw Tang Zheng from afar, who was already fighting with his subordinates. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smug smile. Tang Zheng, when I solve the mystery of the Tree of Life, you will be insignificant. Tang Zheng was furious. Xing Feng was too cunning. He had escaped all the way to the Tree of Life. Back then the Dragon Group's headquarters was below. Later, more than half of it was destroyed by Lan Yu. Unexpectedly, it was not abandoned. Instead, a new base was built on the ruins. Obviously, the strength of this base was even stronger than before. Seeing the three mechs rushing over, he soared into the air and flew up from Xiaobai's body, landing directly on top of a mech's head. Bang! A huge fist came crashing down, but Tang Zheng suddenly jumped and dodged it. Then he waved the War Soul Sword and quickly descended. With a pu sound, the War Soul Sword pierced through the top of the mech's head. Immediately, the mech's body emitted sparks and black smoke. With a plop, it knelt on the ground. The ground seemed to tremble. Then the mech fell to the ground with a loud bang. Tang Zheng leaped up and jumped down, just in time to meet the group of super warriors who were rushing towards him. Waving his War Soul Sword, he fought with them. Without a doubt, Tang Zheng's personal strength far surpassed these super warriors. They were not even comparable to the four heavenly kings, so how could they contend against Tang Zheng? However, after all, there were many of them, so they were still able to hold back Tang Zheng. The other two mechs also joined the battle. Chapter 806. Tang Zheng saw Xing Feng running toward the Tree of Life from afar. Although the restriction could block people, it couldn't block vision, so Tang Zheng saw everything clearly. His heart skipped a beat. How did Xing Feng get into the 6 Directions 8 Desolation Formation? The 6 Directions 8 Desolation Formation was an extremely powerful formation. Moreover, there were more than 60 pieces of heaven and earth mystic stones buried around the Tree of Life to provide energy for the formation. How could it be so easy to break through? I can't let him get close to the Tree of Life. Otherwise, the Tree of Life and the heaven and earth mystic stones below will be in danger. Tang Zheng gritted his teeth and roared. Xiaobai, use your full power and attack. Xiaobai shouted excitedly and immediately spat out flames. One of the mechas was immediately surrounded by raging flames, and crackling sounds came from all over its body. With one less mecha, the pressure on Tang Zheng was greatly reduced. With the holy armor shield in one hand and the battle soul in the other, he was like a god, full of vigor as he quickly approached the Tree of Life. Xing Feng turned around and saw Tang Zheng chasing after him. He was shocked. This brat's battle strength was too shocking. However, with that restriction guarding it, it wouldn't be easy for him to enter. His heart settled back into his stomach. However, in the next second his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Bang! He saw Tang Zheng press his hand on the restriction. The restriction rippled, and another door appeared out of thin air. Xing Feng fiercely slapped his head. Only then did he remember, wasn't the restriction set up by Tang Zheng? Of course he had a way to enter. This was a miscalculation. Xing Feng didn't dare to stay. He rushed toward the Tree of Life, afraid that Tang Zheng would catch up. Xing Feng, stop right there. Tang Zheng roared. Xing Feng immediately ran even faster. Tang Zheng had already passed through the restriction. Some of the pursuers also rushed in, but the huge mechas couldn't pass through that door. Tang Zheng pointed at the restriction. The door immediately rippled and disappeared in an instant, returning to normal. The majority of the troops were blocked outside the 6 Directions 8 Desolation Formation. Tang Zheng didn't have many super soldiers by his side. There was no need for Tang Zheng to do anything. Xiaobai directly turned them into people on fire. Whoosh! Tang Zheng rushed to the foot of the Tree of Life, only to find that Xing Feng and the others had disappeared. He looked up and vaguely saw that these people had already climbed up the tree, and were hiding in the middle of the Tree of Life. Shit! Don't destroy the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life had an important mission. Not only was it improving the air quality of the world and providing more abundant spiritual energy, but more importantly, it was secretly absorbing the energy of the Ghost Festival, turning the human world from a small world into a large world. That way it could avoid destruction. This was a secret that no one else knew about. Therefore, Tang Zheng could not let anyone else discover this secret, and he could not let Xing Feng ruin this huge plan. Halt! Tang Zheng roared. Like a gecko, he pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot, and quickly chased after them along the tree trunk. When Xing Feng saw the pursuing soldiers, he ordered loudly, "Stop him!" Whoosh! 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 More than 10 super soldiers turned around and faced Tang Zheng, as if they weren't afraid of death. Tang Zheng's strength was much higher than theirs. So many people couldn't stop him just now, let alone these 10 small fries. With a flash of sword light, he raised his hand and swung his sword down. The dozen or so super soldiers fell off the tree one after another. The tree of life was too dense. In an instant, the figures of Xing Feng and the others disappeared. No one knew where they were hiding. Tang Zheng panicked, thinking that he had to find them as soon as possible. Therefore he moved through the tree of life. Xing Feng and the others hid under a branch. A piece of equipment had been installed. The scientists were frightened, but they were also excited as they fiddled with the equipment. They whispered, "We're ready." Xing Feng's eyes lit up. He couldn't hide his excitement as he urged, "Then what are you waiting for? Let's get started." Yes. The equipment was activated. A shiny drill came out of the equipment and nailed into the tree trunk. It fiercely drilled down. This equipment was specially made for the Tree of Life. In the past, their research on the Tree of Life had been stagnant. They couldn't even take out a part of the Tree of Life for research. The bark of the Tree of Life was too hard. It was impossible to penetrate. Recently, they finally developed a new material that was very hard. They were confident that they could break through the bark and enter the Tree of Life. They could extract the essence of the Tree of Life for research. The Tree of Life contains such a strong life force. The tree trunk must have an even stronger life force. The mysteries hidden in it might be solved after analysis. As expected, the drill rubbed against the bark for a while. A hole appeared in the bark, and the drill quickly drilled into the heart of the tree. A stream of juice emerged from the drill bit. This juice was incomparably fragrant, causing one to feel refreshed and refreshed. Spirit Array. Xing Feng trembled in excitement. He dipped his finger in the juice and licked it. Boom. His taste buds seemed to explode. An indescribable feeling instantly spread throughout his body. The exhaustion from running for his life disappeared, and his body was filled with endless energy. This is too amazing. This juice must be the essence of the Tree of Life. The mysteries contained within are hard to estimate. He dipped his finger in the juice and placed it in his mouth. Immediately, he closed his eyes and felt like he was floating in the air. Could it be that I can become an immortal after drinking this? He excitedly thought. There's a result. The scientists cheered. They pointed at the equipment and said, "Our equipment integrates mining and analysis. We have roughly analyzed this juice. It contains all kinds of rich nutrients and is thousands of times better than any supplement in the world. Moreover, it can be directly consumed. It has countless benefits to the body. The life force it contains can even bring the dead back to life. It is like the legendary nectar." Nectar? Xing Feng was so excited that his eyes almost popped out. Could it be that after drinking it, I can become immortal? The legendary nectar of the gods did have this effect, but it was only a legend. No one had seen it with their own eyes. We can't be sure. With a cautious attitude, the scientists didn't dare to say anything. After all, this was beyond the scope of their knowledge. But there is no doubt that this is very beneficial to the human body. Quick, quick, quick. I want to extract more juice. Xing Feng rubbed his palms together. He couldn't wait to drink more juice. Immortality was a delicacy that countless people yearned for even in their dreams. Someone like Xing Feng, who was blinded by greed, was naturally no exception. The equipment started to operate. Little bits of juice were extracted from the Tree of Life and gathered in a small bottle. The liquid was transparent and exuded a mysterious fragrance. Before the bottle was full, Xing Feng couldn't wait to break it open and put it into his mouth. The others looked at him enviously. They also wanted to have a taste. They didn't know what it would taste like. Shwa. Suddenly, A sword light passed through the dense leaves and slashed at Xingfeng. Tang Zheng appeared. He followed the fragrance and chased after them. He also heard their conversation, and immediately realized the importance of this juice. How could he let Xingfeng succeed? He multitasked. While controlling the sword to attack Xingfeng, he kicked the equipment fiercely. With a clang, the equipment broke and fell down the tree. The scientists were powerless and didn't dare to stop Tang Zheng. They all ran to the side, afraid that they would be implicated. Tang Zheng saw the small hole in the tree trunk. The hole was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then it healed as if it had never been there. All of this happened very quickly. If not for Tang Zheng's superior eyesight, he wouldn't have noticed. Tang Zheng had seen the vampire's ability to heal wounds, but the Tree of Life's healing speed was faster. It was an eye-opener for him. He didn't have time to sigh as he focused on dealing with Xingfeng. The War Soul Sword chased after Xingfeng, leaving him no time to drink the juice in his hand. He was unable to restrain his anger and roared. Tang Zheng, you're really haunting me. I'll cut you into 10,000 pieces. Tang Zheng disdainfully said. Now that you don't have your lackeys to help you, let's see how you'll escape. Obediently accept your death. In your dreams. Xingfeng flew into a rage. Tang Zheng was too lazy to waste words with him. He leaped up and grabbed the War Soul Sword. Then, he increased the power of his attack, causing Xingfeng to be in danger. His body was already covered with many wounds and blood flowed out. Xingfeng tried to drink the juice several times, but in the end he was unable to succeed. Tang Zheng had been staring at the bottle of juice the entire time. And with another swift and fierce sword move, he forced the opponent into a dead end, making it impossible for him to dodge. With a stretch of his hand, he snatched the bottle from the opponent's hand. Give it back to me. Xingfeng let out a heart-wrenching roar as if he had gone mad. He actually risked being stabbed by the War Soul Sword and narrowly escaped death. Tang Zheng glanced at the juice. The fragrance assailed his nostrils, making him feel refreshed. He didn't consume it immediately. The juice from the Tree of Life must have many mysteries. He wouldn't drink it so impatiently. With a flash of light on his wrist, the bottle was put away into Sumeru world. Seeing this, Xingfeng's eyes were about to explode. His eyes were about to spit fire. I'm going to kill you. You're going to die without a burial ground. Xingfeng roared. He took out a needle and stabbed it into his heart. Did he want to commit suicide? Tang Zheng was confused. He watched as Xingfeng's expression became more and more ferocious, like a beast that wanted to eat people. Xingfeng suddenly faced the sky and let out a heart-wrenching roar. His body rapidly expanded. What's going on? Tang Zheng looked at Xingfeng with a strange expression. His heart moved. He immediately guessed that the thing that was injected into his body must have taken effect. He actually transformed. He just didn't know what it was that could cause such a change. Chapter 807. Seeing that Battle Soul was about to pierce Xingfeng, the muscles on Xingfeng's body swelled up, tearing through his clothes and growing a lot of hair. 2 horns grew out of his head and his cheeks became extremely sinister. He no longer looked like a human but more like a beast. Pooh. Battle Soul pierced into his skin but was unable to penetrate deeply. Then it was slapped back. Tang Zheng looked at the other party in shock and said, "What did you inject into yourself?" Jieji. Xingfeng's laughter was sharp and strange. His pupils emitted a dim light as he said proudly, "This is the genetic medicine that our dragon group recently developed. This is the combination of human and demon genes. It is a great invention, but it has not been put into practice yet. Today, I will let you witness the performance of this medicine." Genetic medicine. Tang Zheng's eyelids twitched. He knew that super soldiers were the result of genetic modification, which was why they could be modified in batches. Obviously, the genetic medicine that Xingfeng injected this time was even more powerful. It had almost turned him from a human into a beast and his strength had greatly increased. Tang Zheng die. After you die, I will extract all of the sap from the Tree of Life. After consuming it, I will become even stronger. I will become the ruler of this world. Who cares if it's the leader, Wuxia, or the Atlantic Empire? I will make all of them submit to me and listen to my orders. If they dare to disobey, then they will die. Xing Feng said crazily. Tang Zheng's heart trembled. Xing Feng's ambition was so great that he did not put the country in his eyes, and even wanted to take the whole world for himself. Crazy. Too crazy. If he was allowed to escape today and create more super soldiers like him, then the world would be in chaos even without the demon race. Tang Zheng could not help but rejoice. If he followed the official rules and waited for a period of time to deal with Xing Feng, then he would have already made preparations. Who knows how many super soldiers he would create? How could the country deal with him then? Wishful thinking. Tang Zheng shouted and once again attacked with his sword. Xing Feng's strength had increased greatly, and he was not at a disadvantage. A pair of sharp claws clashed with the battle soul, creating sparks. Tang Zheng's heart gradually sank. A single dose of genetic medicine could make an ordinary martial artist so powerful. The other party had at least reached the 3rd level of the supreme power realm. This was too heaven-defying. Even though Tang Zheng's cultivation speed was extremely fast, he had never heard of such a terrifying thing. This was the power of technology. He was afraid that the demon race would have a headache facing such a situation. However, Xing Feng was no longer a normal human being. He had turned into a wild beast. His threat to humans was no less than that of demons. The two of them were locked in battle as they slowly flew towards the top of the tree. Although Xiao Bai was strong, he was not of much use at the moment. This was because the tree of life might be in danger if it spat out flames. And Tang Zheng definitely wouldn't take this risk. A moment later, the two of them arrived at the top of the tree of life. They were already several hundred meters in the air. The battle soul had opened many wounds on Xing Feng's body, but there were no fatal injuries. Therefore, although he was only at the 3rd level of the supreme power realm, his skin was thick and his resistance to attacks was strong. Therefore, his strength was far beyond the 3rd level of the supreme power realm. This was why he was able to compete with Tang Zheng. Whoosh whoosh. The two of them passed through the last layer of branches and leaves and flew up to the top of the tree. The scene in front of them suddenly became very open. However, both of them were attracted by another figure. A woman in a Taoist robe stood on the top of the tree with her eyes closed in deep thought, as if the two of them didn't exist. Yanqingyi. Tang Zheng was shocked. He didn't expect her to really come to the tree of life. Xing Feng finally remembered the figure he saw on the plain who broke through the restriction. At such a close distance, he finally recognized the other party. Yanqingyi, it's actually you. Xing Feng's ear-piercing voice rang out as he pointed at Yanqingyi. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Yanqingyi turned a deaf ear to him, and didn't even bat an eyelid. Tang Zheng's heart skipped a beat. He knew that Xing Feng must be using a prophecy. Furthermore, Xing Feng had specially come to the Tree of Life from the capital, in an attempt to help the prophecy. Seeing that she was in a daze, Tang Zheng didn't dare to let Xing Feng disturb her too much. Thus he tapped the tip of his foot, and the branch under his feet bent like a fully drawn bow and shot at Xing Feng. Xing Feng curled his lips in disdain and attacked again. The heavenly flying immortal sword technique focused on elegance and ease, as if an immortal had descended to the mortal world. On the other hand, Xing Feng was a big guy who focused on strength and accuracy. Therefore, the two's fighting styles were very different. Seeing that it was difficult to determine the winner, Tang Zheng put away the battle soul, and took out the true heaven bow and shooting sun arrows. Xing Feng had seen the power of this divine armament before, and his face suddenly changed as he said, "You actually still have this kind of arrow. I didn't use it all for you in the ocean back then." Tang Zheng snorted. Back then, when he was dealing with the demon clan, he had lost the shooting sun arrows, which made him feel extremely regretful. After dozens of days, wanting to find them back was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's a pity that this kind of divine weapon is in your hands. As long as I can snatch that bow, I can create even more divine weapons, Xing Feng said in high spirits. Haha, you still want to copy my heaven-shocking bow and shooting sun arrows? You are truly delusional. Really? Let me tell you, your shooting sun arrows are in my hands. I have already sent people to study them. Do you really think that with how advanced technology is now, you really can't create a similarly powerful one? Xing Feng asked in ridicule. Tang Zheng was shocked and said, "My shooting sun arrows are in your hands." Of course, back then, I spent a lot of effort to fish them out from the sea, Xing Feng said complacently. However, Tang Zheng was extremely excited. He originally thought that he had lost the shooting sun arrows forever, but he never thought that he would regain it. Immediately, he looked at Xing Feng as if he had seen his prey, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Without a doubt, it was impossible to force him to reveal the whereabouts of the shooting sun arrows. The only way was to use the soul-searching technique. Moreover, there were definitely many secrets in his mind, so he couldn't miss this opportunity. Therefore, Tang Zheng couldn't kill him directly with one strike. He needed to control him first so that he could use the soul-searching technique. Of course, Xing Feng didn't just have so many ideas in Tang Zheng's mind, he was still immersed in joy. Of course, he also knew that Tang Zheng was a difficult person to deal with. However, when he saw Yan Qingyi, who had his eyes tightly closed, his heart moved. Since the Yan family and Tang Zheng were so close, why not kill Yan Qingyi first, and let the world know the consequences of going against him? Bang! He stomped heavily on the treetop and leaped forward, pouncing towards Yan Qingyi. His sharp claws gleamed with a cold light. Yan Qingyi, who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, would be torn into pieces if he were to be struck by those claws. Tang Zheng understood this very well, and hurriedly shouted, "Yan Qingyi, be careful!" Yan Qingyi was indifferent and didn't open her eyes. She was like an old monk in meditation, and external things couldn't wake her at all. Tang Zheng turned pale with fright and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Run!" At the same time, Xing Feng's attack was already in front of Yan Qingyi. Tang Zheng wanted to save her, but he was half a beat too late. Xing Feng was immensely complacent. At such a close distance, he was determined to win. As long as he killed Yan Qingyi, the world wouldn't dare to go against him. Suddenly, Xing Feng's expression changed greatly, as he looked at Yan Qingyi in disbelief, because his attack actually missed at the last moment. Yan Qingyi closed her eyes, and with a slight movement of her feet, her body moved a small step to the side, and easily avoided his attack. Moreover, her eyes were still closed. This kind of exquisite dodging action he had never seen before. Moreover, Yan Qingyi didn't have any martial arts skills. Lucky, she must be lucky. I can't be scared by her. Xing Feng took a deep breath, and secretly comforted himself. He immediately changed his attack route, and attacked Yan Qingyi's vital points. Like drawing a ladle, Yan Qingyi once again dodged the attack as if he was drawing a ladle. Xing Feng was dumbstruck. The first time was a coincidence, but the second time was definitely not a coincidence. What was going on? He was sure that Yan Qingyi's body did not have any energy fluctuations. He was not a martial artist, nor was he a cultivator. This was a well-known fact, but how could she easily avoid his attack? Tang Zheng couldn't help but be astonished. Yan Qingyi's reaction was too dazzling, and he couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Xing Feng's double attack missed, and he wanted to continue attacking, but Tang Zheng had already appeared behind him. With a so sound, the shooting sun arrow shot out, and went straight for his back. Ho! Xing Feng unwillingly roared, and jumped up, attempting to escape. But Yan Qingyi actually stretched out her hand, and grabbed his leg. He subconsciously stopped, and looked down. Pooh! The shooting sun arrow fiercely shot into his waist, and blood splattered. He cried out in pain. He originally had the chance to snatch the shooting sun arrow, but Yan Qingyi's timely move caused his movements to suddenly stop, and then he took the arrow. This scene caused him to be puzzled. He was both angry and frightened, because all of this was strange. As if Yan Qingyi could predict his actions in advance, as if everything was under her control. This made Xing Feng very uneasy, and he only wanted to get away from Yan Qingyi. The feeling she gave him was even more terrifying than Tang Zheng. He punched towards Yan Qingyi, but Yan Qingyi slightly tilted her body, dodged, and released her hand. Xing Feng finally escaped, and without caring about the pain, he tried to escape. But Tang Zheng had already blocked his path, and the other shooting sun arrow shot into his left chest at lightning speed. The two shooting sun arrows from the front and back caused him to abruptly stop running, and with a putong sound, he fell onto the treetop. Tang Zheng's eyes were sharp, and his hands were fast. The War Soul sword immediately pressed against his head and shouted, "Don't move!" Xing Feng grimaced and angrily said, "Tang Zheng, I am not willing to fall into your hands." Tang Zheng coldly laughed and said, "The winner is the king, the loser is the thief. So what if you are not willing? You have done many evil deeds, and today is the day you die. All of this is wrong. It's all because of her that I fell into your hands." Xing Feng pointed at Yan Qingyi, puzzled. Chapter 808. Yan Qingyi slightly nodded towards Tang Zheng, then looked at Xing Feng expressionlessly and said, "The reason why you are here today is not because of others, but because you brought it upon yourself. Your ambition has harmed you." Xing Feng's face stiffened as he roared, "Stinking woman, what do you know?" Yan Qingyi shook her head. "You still refuse to realize your mistake. Your fate is already sealed. Your life has already come to an end. You dare to kill me?" Xing Feng was shocked. Yan Qingyi was silent. Tang Zheng jokingly laughed. "If I didn't want to kill you, why would I spend so much effort to chase you here? The country will not let you go. Is that so?" "Hee, I don't think so. The country may not fully understand your actions. As long as they understand your ambition, then you really deserve to die." Xing Feng's eyes rolled as he tried to escape. However, he found that there were sun-shooting arrows in front of him, and War Soul sword on his head. There was nowhere to run. "Tang Zheng, don't you want your arrow? If you let me go, I will return it to you. Otherwise, you will never find it," Xing Feng threatened. "There is no need for you to speak." With that, Tang Zheng grabbed his head and used the soul-searching technique. "Let go of me! Let go of me! What are you doing?" Xing Feng screamed at the top of his lungs. Tang Zheng turned a deaf ear to him. Countless complex information flashed through his mind, revealing all his secrets. Xing Feng's screams finally stopped. Even his body had changed. His body was rapidly shrinking and his cheeks had returned to human form. However, his face was full of wrinkles as if he had aged 30 years in an instant. Moreover, the lush hair did not disappear. Side effects. Tang Zheng immediately came to the conclusion. The genetic medicine that Xing Feng had taken had many side effects. Although it could temporarily increase his fighting strength, the damage to his body was too great. At this moment, after the effects of the medicine had passed, he had become neither human nor ghost. It was especially terrifying. His eyes had lost their luster and he was still muttering, "I am the most powerful person in the world. I am the number one in the world. Everyone has to listen to me." Tang Zheng shook his head. He had completely lost himself. Tang Zheng let go of his hand. The wrinkles on Xing Feng's face grew more and more, and they quickly spread to the rest of his body. A gust of wind blew past, and the leaves rustled. The wrinkles also sounded, and they started to crack. The vitality in Xing Feng's eyes was completely cut off. His body also cracked rapidly like a broken porcelain. In the end, with a cracking sound, he turned into bits that filled the sky and dissipated with the wind. Tang Zheng looked at this scene in shock. This definitely wasn't the effect of the soul search technique, but the side effect of the genetic medicine that had caused Xing Feng's death. Tang Zheng did not pity him at all and coldly said, "You reap what you sow. You only have yourself to blame." Yan Qingyi didn't seem to be surprised at all. Her eyes were incomparably indifferent, as if she had already known this would happen. "Seeing it with my own eyes is more realistic than my predictions," Yan Qingyi said lightly. Tang Zheng's heart stirred. He asked, "You predicted his death?" Yan Qingyi nodded. "Just now, I was standing on top of the tree. When I closed my eyes, I saw this scene. Everything was predestined. He can't escape." Tang Zheng came to a sudden realization. No wonder she was so indifferent. Could it be that you also predicted his attack just now? "Yes. Ever since I stood on top of the tree, the power of my prophecy technique has greatly increased. Not only can I predict the future, but I can also predict what will happen next. As such, I can accurately dodge his attack. Tang Zheng was dumbfounded. This was the power of prophecy technique. Not only could it predict the future, but it could also predict what would happen in the next second. With this kind of foresight, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens for Xingfeng to attack her. After all, she could take the initiative to dodge, causing her opponent's attack to miss. Tang Zheng imagined that if he had this ability, then wouldn't he be heaven-defying in battle? Perhaps even people several levels higher than him might not be his match. Immediately, he couldn't help but look at Yan Qingyi in a new light. He gave her a thumbs up and sincerely praised. "You really are too amazing," Yan Qingyi said with a bit of disappointment. This ability can only be achieved by standing on top of the tree and connecting with the aura of the Tree of Life. Is that so? Tang Zheng was greatly disappointed. How can everything in this world go according to one's wishes? This time I have already gained a lot. It turns out that the Tree of Life really can promote the use of prophecy technique. I have been working here for so long, but I still didn't discover this secret, Yan Qingyi said with regret. The Tree of Life can actually help your prophecy technique? Tang Zheng was overjoyed. Then did you predict the specific situation of the end of the world? Yan Qingyi nodded. There were a few more fragments. It turns out that when the demon race gathered at the Snowy Mountain, their original intention was not to besiege you, but to escape from this world. You seem to be preventing them from escaping from this world. Tang Zheng was greatly shocked. This was too different from the prophecy she had said before. Yan Qingyi also clearly understood this point. She said with some embarrassment, "My previous prophecy technique saw too few scenes, so my speculations may have been a bit off." Tang Zheng nodded and said, "Since you said that the demon race was escaping from this world, then why? Could it be because of the scene of the end of the world that you saw?" Yan Qingyi nodded. Some of the scenes that I saw this time did indicate that the end of the world had arrived. The scene of the end of the world was even more terrifying than what I said last time. I guess that the demon race definitely knew that this world was going to end, so they wanted to escape. Moreover, they wanted to climb the stone stairs behind you. Tang Zheng suddenly understood. The creation of the world was successful, so the demon race definitely wanted to use the heaven stairway to escape from this world. Didn't that mean that they had returned to the sky beyond heaven? The demon race racked their brains to return to the human world, but they wanted to go back to the sky beyond heaven. All their efforts were for naught. It seems that I am preventing them from returning to the sky beyond heaven. Actually, that's right. The demon race is the root of the problem. If they return to the sky beyond heaven, they will definitely stir up trouble again. It's better to stay in this world and perish together with this world. Tang Zheng thought silently. But there seemed to be something extremely terrifying at the end of the stone stairs. It made the demon race shrink back, and instead they fled. Yan Qingyi added. Tang Zheng's head thumped, and he asked, "What is at the end of the stone stairs? Did you see it this time?" Yan Qingyi shook her head regretfully. "It was too blurry, I couldn't see it clearly. But I saw something else." "What?" The Tree of Life shone brilliantly, and then the world returned to peace. The scene of the end of the world completely disappeared. Yan Qingyi couldn't help but look at the Tree of Life below her feet and say. Tang Zheng pondered for a moment, and said, "So in the end the thing that restored the world to its original state was the Tree of Life. And if it wasn't me, then I am not the savior?" Yan Qingyi hesitated, not knowing how to answer. In the past, she had solemnly declared that Tang Zheng was the savior, but now it seemed that it was all a misunderstanding. The thing that saved the world was actually the Tree of Life, which meant that there was no savior at all. Tang Zheng smiled as if relieved of a burden. He didn't want to be the savior in the first place, and since it was all a misunderstanding, he felt relieved. Yan Qingyi looked at Tang Zheng awkwardly and said, "Although I can't confirm the savior point, you resisted the demon race with your own strength, so you are still the hero of this world." Tang Zheng didn't deny it, and said, "I don't care whether I am a hero or not, as long as this world isn't destroyed. But, did you predict what would cause the end of the world?" Yan Qingyi shook her head guiltily. "I didn't predict it." There were too many uncertain factors during the end of the world, so Tang Zheng didn't think too much about it, because any deviation could lead to wrong conclusions, such as saying that he was the savior. Tangzheng, don't be sad, maybe I didn't see enough. You are still the savior, because in the unseen world, I feel that you are extremely important to this world. Tangzheng waved his hand and said, there's no need to say anymore. I don't want to be the savior. However, since the tree of life can make your prophecy more accurate, then if you stay here, won't you be able to predict more things? No, only after I comprehend more Daos will my prophecy be able to improve even more. Then, with the help of the tree of life, I will be able to predict even more. So staying here is useless. Tangzheng felt regretful and said, so that's how it is, then let's leave this place. Come to my war soul sword, let's go down the tree first. Yanqingyi stood on the war soul sword. In order to ensure her safety, Tangzheng hugged her waist from behind, and through the robe he could still clearly feel the astonishing elasticity inside. Yanqingyi lowered her head and looked, only to see a few hundred meters in the air, causing her to feel dizzy. Close your eyes or look forward, don't look down. Tangzheng warned. Yanqingyi took a deep breath and looked forward. At this height of a few hundred meters, the scenery was exceptionally beautiful. The scenery of the sky and the earth could be seen, especially the desert in the distance. It was exceptionally beautiful under the sunlight, causing one to feel relaxed and happy. The War Soul Sword landed steadily on the ground. The two of them jumped off the War Soul Sword, only to discover that there were people standing both inside and outside the restriction. The few scientists who had escaped were anxiously sticking to the restriction, and when they saw Tangzheng and Yanqingyi, they were so scared that their faces turned pale, their legs went soft, and they sat down on the ground. Outside the restriction, there were many super warriors. However, their expressions were no longer as fierce as before. Instead, they looked at Tangzheng with fear in their eyes. This was because they had already seen the scene on the treetop from afar. Their leader had died. Without a leader, although these people's fighting strength was not bad, they had already become jackals of the same tribe, and were nothing to worry about. Tangzheng walked to the edge of the restriction and pressed down on it. Ripples spread out and the door appeared again, but no one dared to cross the line and barge in. Chapter 809. Everyone looked at Tangzheng in shock. Tangzheng indifferently swept his eyes over the crowd, causing them to continuously retreat, their faces turning pale with fright. Xingfeng is already dead. If you dare to help the tiger and commit crimes, then Xingfeng will be your end. Scram! A loud and clear shout caused people's hearts to tremble. No one dared to resist as they all retreated. Without a leader, they became a motley crew. The few scientists trembled as they exited the barrier. Tangzheng waved his hand and the barrier returned to normal. No one was able to pass through this barrier. Come to my sword. I will escort you back to the capital. Tangzheng invited. Looking at the thin war spirit sword, Yanqingyi hesitated for a moment, but still stood on it. Although men and women were not clear, moreover, she was a monk. It was not good for her to be hugged by Tangzheng like this. But she had no choice. If she wanted to leave the desert, flying was the best way. The two of them stepped on the flying sword and left the desert, returning to the capital. The air in the capital was filled with a chilling aura, causing people's hearts to involuntarily tighten. Yanqingyi's brows trembled as she asked, "What happened?" Tangzheng indifferently said, "I'm afraid this has something to do with my actions these past few days." Yanqingyi worriedly said, "Xingfeng is after all an official. If you kill him like this, how will you explain it to the officials?" Tangzheng did not mind and said, "I have my own plans. I'd like to hear the details." Yanqingyi looked at him with a burning gaze. Xingfeng is a wolf with wild ambitions. He actually had evil intentions and wanted to rebel. This is a serious crime. I have already obtained all the information and presented it to the officials. They will naturally know what is more important. Tangzheng said confidently. Rebel? Yanqingyi was shocked. Xingfeng's guts are actually this big. His guts are indeed not small. Normal people wouldn't even dare to imagine such a thing. But he controls such a powerful force like the Dragon Group, which is why he has second thoughts. Power is a very harmful thing. Tang Zheng sighed. Yin Qingyi's hanging heart finally settled back into his stomach. He nodded in relief and said, "That's for the best. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. There is no need to put yourself in danger because of Xingfeng." Tang Zheng smiled noncommittally. In fact, sometimes it was inevitable to take risks in order to achieve a goal. This time he was taking a risk. However, the final result was still not too bad. He had obtained too much useful information from Xingfeng's mind, and there was no lack of dark histories of some big shots. However, what attracted him the most was Xingfeng's plan. Xingfeng was actually blinded by greed. His ego was inflated and he wanted to rebel. He wasn't just thinking about it. He was already putting it into practice. Under the guise of the Dragon Group, Xingfeng's true actions were concealed. He had actually secretly created quite a number of mechas and trained many men of sacrifice. These men of sacrifice only listened to his orders. Furthermore, he even had spies in the inner palace. As long as the time was right, the loyalists would assassinate the country's leaders. Then, he would usurp the throne and replace it. Tang Zheng couldn't help but admire Xingfeng's madness. As long as the government knew of his plot, he would definitely die. It was like dancing on a steel wire. Tang Zheng already had all this solid evidence in his hands. As long as the government saw this, they would definitely not pursue his actions. He had accidentally gotten rid of such a hidden danger. The government should be secretly happy. As for the dirty deeds of those high-ranking officials, Tang Zheng would show them all. These social parasites held high positions and squeezed the wealth of the people. This was the greatest damage and blasphemy to the country. Seeing that Tang Zheng had already thought of a way out, Yin Qingyi knew that she was worrying too much. Thus she bid farewell and left. Tang Zheng wasn't in a hurry to go home. Instead, he went to the Dragon Group's base in the outskirts. He saw that the originally deserted base was surrounded by layers upon layers of countless soldiers. Tang Zheng's head thumped. Could it be that such a large number of soldiers were guarding the base because he had caused a ruckus in the base? However, these people couldn't stop him. He quietly went down to the base. However, he found that the base was bustling with activity. All kinds of equipment and resources were being packed and evacuated. He ignored them and ran straight to his destination. After a while, he came to a hidden wall. He stretched out his hand, and a row of boxes popped out from the wall. He was delighted. This was the information he had obtained from the soul-searching technique. The shooting sun arrows that the Dragon Group had salvaged were hidden here. That was why he had snuck into the base. It's empty. Suddenly, he saw that the cabinet was empty. The items were nowhere to be found. He was shocked. He flew into a rage. "Where are my shooting sun arrows?" "Your shooting sun arrows have been taken away." A gloomy voice came from behind him. Tang Zheng was shocked. There was actually someone who had silently appeared behind him, but he was completely unaware of it, which meant that the other party's power was not ordinary. He suddenly turned around and saw an ordinary person. He had a normal face and eyes without any sharpness. If this person was thrown into a crowd, no one would notice him. He was too ordinary. However, Tang Zheng didn't dare to be careless. This was because the other party could silently stand 3 meters behind him. Just based on this point, Tang Zheng didn't dare to underestimate him. "Who are you?" Number 2. Number 2? Tang Zheng had never heard of this name. He couldn't help but be surprised. "A name is just a code," Number 2 said indifferently. "You said that the shooting sun arrows have been taken away. Where are they now?" Tang Zheng asked. "The leader wants to see you," Number 2 said without answering the question. Tang Zheng's eyelids jumped. "You are an expert from the inner palace?" Number 2 didn't say anything. He turned around and left. Tang Zheng was sure that the other party was an expert from the inner palace. Previously, when he was in the inner palace, he sensed several powerful auras. This person was probably one of them. At that time, Number 2's aura was fully released. Therefore, he could easily sense the other party's presence. The other party also used this aura to intimidate people so that they didn't dare to act rashly. At this time, Number 2 left the inner palace. His aura was completely hidden. He was no different from an ordinary person. Seeing that the other party didn't want to say more, Tang Zheng quickly followed him. The shooting sun arrows must have fallen into the hands of the leader. Moreover, he sent people to wait here. That means that he knew that Tang Zheng would definitely appear here. As expected of the leader, his plan was flawless. Since he summoned him, Tang Zheng naturally wouldn't refuse. After all, he still had to tell the other party about Xing Feng's scheme. After a few minutes, Tang Zheng once again arrived at the mysterious courtyard. Two powerful auras were firmly locked onto him. He was sure that there were two other experts here. They were eyeing him with hostility. Therefore, they didn't hesitate to release their auras to intimidate Tang Zheng. It was as if they were telling him not to act rashly. Tang Zheng's various actions had made these people feel like they were facing a great enemy. They classified him as an unstable factor and must be fully on guard against him. Tang Zheng was magnanimous and didn't care at all. He followed number 2 into the leader's study. In his heart, he was speculating about how many experts were hidden in the inner palace. The great families had always thought highly of themselves. Many of them were arrogant and didn't even put the government in their eyes. Now it seemed that they weren't so optimistic. The government had been accumulating for so many years and had a deep foundation. They weren't any weaker than the great families. With this new understanding, Tang Zheng had to re-evaluate the government. They had always shown weakness to the outside world and deceived many people. This state of showing weakness to the enemy was bound to change and restore the country's prestige and dignity. In this process, someone was bound to suffer. It was just that he didn't know who it would be. Number 2 brought Tang Zheng in, and then respectfully retreated, closing the door behind him. Tang Zheng looked up and saw the leader standing in front of the window. He was silent as he looked at the clouds in the sky. "Leader, why did you summon me?" Tang Zheng asked straightforwardly. The leader slowly turned around and opened a box on the table. A few shooting sun arrows lay quietly inside. Tang Zheng's eyelids twitched. These were all the shooting sun arrows he had prepared for the ceremony. They had all fallen into the hands of the leader. The leader tapped the wooden box a few times and said, "You have done many shocking things during this period of time. What are your thoughts? Let's talk about it." "Good kill." Tang Zheng thought for a while and simply spat out 3 words. The leader raised his thick eyebrows, clearly unhappy. He said coldly, "You killed someone and yet you dare to say it's good. Where is the law?" "The law protects good people, not evil people. In my opinion, if evil people don't die, more good people will be hurt." Twisting words and forcing logic. Is it up to you to decide whether someone is a bad person or not? The leader slammed the table and asked angrily. Tang Zheng didn't change his expression and said lightly, "It's not up to me. It's up to a righteous heart. Xing Feng's actions, as long as it's a righteous person, they can naturally judge whether he's good or bad." Seeing that Tang Zheng didn't listen to him, the leader got even angrier. Even now, he still didn't repent and was full of sophistry, challenging his nerves. Tang Zheng acted as if he didn't see the leader's reaction and said directly, "Listen to me for a while. You can also judge whether Xing Feng is good or bad." Without waiting for the leader to reply, Tang Zheng directly talked about Xing Feng's schemes. He even mentioned the place where he trained his men of sacrifice and hid his mechas. The leader's expression gradually changed. His anger seemed to be about to rush out of his head. After listening to Tang Zheng, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He slammed the table and roared angrily, "Death can't wipe out his crimes. Death can't wipe out his crimes." Tang Zheng's lips unknowingly curled up into a smile. He looked at the leader with a half-smile. The leader ignored his mocking expression and asked, "Is all of this true? Don't you already have an answer in your heart?" Tang Zheng shrugged and said, "Indeed, the leader already had an answer in his heart. These things couldn't be fabricated. He just needed to check to know whether it was true or false. Tang Zheng wouldn't be so stupid as to use this kind of thing to deceive him." Chapter 8:10. Tang Zheng looked at the bureau chief quietly and added, "Xing Feng's actions are not only limited to this, He also has an unclear relationship with the Atlantic Empire's Rockefeller family. The bureau chief's face was ashen, his hands clenched into fists, his veins popping out. With so many crimes, Xing Feng could already be judged to be an extremely evil person. To think that he actually trusted him, and even handed over the National Security Bureau and Dragon Group to him. If it wasn't for Tang Zheng stopping him in time, the consequences would be too late for him to regret. He looked deeply at Tang Zheng with a complicated expression. He pushed the shooting sun arrow forward and said, "Even though Xing Feng has committed a heinous crime, your actions have no sense of discipline at all. If there is a next time, I will not sit by and do nothing. There will be no next time." Hearing this, Tang Zheng smiled confidently. This was the outcome he had expected. He kept the shooting sun arrow and said, "Thank you. Calm down from now on," the bureau chief warned. "I have never been a person who likes to stir up trouble. Is that so? Then what is going on between you and the Song family? This is the capital. Stability is the overall situation. I don't want to see a chaotic situation," Tang Zheng said calmly. "The Song family is different from others. They are already my enemy. If I don't retaliate, then they will kill me. There are no irreconcilable conflicts in this world. As long as both sides sit together and negotiate, there will always be a solution," the bureau chief said earnestly. Tang Zheng said disapprovingly, "That may not be so. The Song family has long wanted to kill me. If I let them go, then won't others do the same? Anyway, if I do nothing even if they find out, then won't I become a living target for many people?" The bureau chief's expression was serious. He said sternly, "Then you don't agree? Forgive me for not being able to comply." Tang Zheng cupped his hands and said resolutely. The bureau chief stared at him, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. A suppressed anger shrouded Tang Zheng's head, as if it could pour down at any time. Tang Zheng's expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. Whoosh! After a long while, the bureau chief finally let out a long sigh and said, "What I want is the stability and unity of this society, not a state of disunity. So that's all I have to say. Take care of yourself." Tang Zheng's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the bureau chief had compromised and did not pursue the matter of the Song family. The Song family was too powerful and had many restrictions on the government, making it impossible to implement the decree. This was the power of a big family. Not only could they influence individuals, but they could also influence the policies of a country. Sometimes, the country would have a headache, so they both loved and hated these big families. "If there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave," Tang Zheng said. The bureau chief waved his hand. Tang Zheng turned around and left the courtyard. Creak. The three of them entered and respectfully stopped in front of the bureau chief. The bureau chief looked up at them and said, "What is your impression of Tang Zheng?" Number 2 was among the three of them. One of them was an old man in a green robe, and the other was younger than number 2. The three of them had restrained their aura, but their serious expressions were the same, making one's heart tremble. Among them, the old man was number 1, and the other was number 3. They were the 3 experts in charge of protecting the bureau chief. Hearing the bureau chief's question, number 1 bowed slightly and said, "Reporting to the bureau chief, Tang Zheng has been here several times. We have been observing him silently. According to our observation, his strength is unfathomable. If he wants to win, perhaps the 3 of us can give it a try." The bureau chief raised his eyebrows and his eyelids twitched. He said, "The 3 of you have to work together to kill him?" "Yes, this is the conclusion we came to after observing him in secret, as well as the results of his battles with other experts. Tang Zheng is a cultivator, and has many supernatural abilities that others cannot predict. He can often catch people off guard, and cause them to be unable to defend against him," Number 1 said solemnly. Hearing this, the bureau chief lowered his head and pondered. Number 1 wasn't speaking without thinking. This was an authoritative conclusion, and he wouldn't question it. This could only mean that Tang Zheng's strength was beyond his imagination. Seeing this, Number 2 couldn't help but say, "Bureau chief, in my humble opinion, Tang Zheng is an opponent that we can rope in. We don't have to stand on the opposite side of him." Number 3 refuted disapprovingly. This person is young and arrogant. The best way to solve this is to get rid of him as soon as possible and prevent future troubles. Number 2 and number 3 looked at each other. The two of them had been arguing about this for a long time, and they both insisted on their own views. The bureau chief waved his hand and said decisively, "No need to say any more. Let's observe first. It's too early to make a conclusion." Yes. The three of them nodded. When Tang Zheng returned home, he chatted with the women for a while, and then returned to his room. With the previous experience, when he chased after Xing Feng this time, he had called them to inform them, so they weren't too worried. He carefully took out the bottle containing the sap from the tree of life. Immediately, a strange fragrance filled the whole room, making people feel refreshed and as if they were floating in the air. Tang Zheng took a deep breath and stared at the bottle. This was what Xing Feng dreamed of, and it was taken from the tree of life. Of course, it wasn't an ordinary thing, but how to use it was a headache. At that time, Xing Feng wanted to drink it directly, but Tang Zheng didn't dare to be so rash. He knew more about the magical aspects of the tree of life than Xing Feng. As for the magical effects of this tree's sap, he still couldn't make a conclusion. Therefore, how to use it to maximize its value was the key. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a great waste to recklessly waste God's gift? He wouldn't take the sap from the tree of life without restraint like Xing Feng, because the tree of life shouldered the heavy responsibility of absorbing the energy of the world of spirits and souls. If taking the sap would affect the tree of life, then the loss would outweigh the gain. Therefore, this bottle of sap was unique and must not be wasted. Bang! Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and the Empyrean fairy rushed in with shining eyes. The others also stood at the door and looked inside curiously. The strange smell had spread throughout the villa, attracting everyone's attention. "What is this? It smells so good." The Empyrean fairy pointed at the bottle and couldn't wait to ask. "The sap from the tree of life." Tang Zheng didn't hide it and told her the truth. "The sap from the tree of life." The Empyrean fairy's face suddenly changed and sternly reprimanded. "How can you be so crazy to take out the sap from the tree of life? This is draining the pond to catch all the fish. Do you know?" Tang Zheng's heart trembled and anxiously asked, "Draining the pond to catch all the fish? What do you mean? You don't even know the consequences, and you dare to do this, really? The ignorant are fearless." The Empyrean fairy said angrily. "This wasn't taken out by me, it was by someone else." Tang Zheng explained, feeling wronged. "Not you." The Empyrean fairy was startled. "Then who was it?" "Xing Feng." The Empyrean fairy frowned and said, "Who is he?" Tang Zheng shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter who he is. According to what you said, taking out the sap from the tree of life will have serious consequences. What are the consequences?" The tree of life is related to the spiritual energy and energy of this world. If the sap is taken out, it will affect the function of the tree of life, affect the transformation of the spiritual energy of this world by the tree of life, and even the various magical functions of the tree of life will be affected. Spiritual energy was an important source of energy for a cultivator's cultivation. So if there was a change in spiritual energy, it would be a very serious matter for the cultivator. This was why the Empyrean fairy's reaction was so big. Tang Zheng's heart skipped a beat, faintly feeling uneasy, and nervously asked, "You said that it will affect the various magical functions of the tree of life. Then will it affect?" Tang Zheng did not finish his words, and hesitated. The Empyrean fairy said unhappily, "If you have something to say, just say it. What are you dawdling for?" He used the tree of life to absorb the energy of the ghost realm, increasing the level of this world, and preventing its destruction. This was one of the biggest secrets, and only Tang Zheng knew about it. So he was weighing the pros and cons, and whether or not to tell the Empyrean fairy. The Empyrean fairy's power is profound, and she lives in this world, so if I tell her, there should be no harm. After all, if this world is destroyed, she won't be able to stay out of it. Tang Zheng silently thought. Thinking of this, he did not hide it, and said, "The world we are in now is a small world, and a small world is in danger of being destroyed at any time. After all, it is only after being promoted to a large world that it will not be destroyed. So I used the Tree of Life to secretly absorb the energy of the ghost realm and replenish our world. This is a major matter that concerns the survival of this world. The Empyrean fairy's eyelids jumped, and she looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Where did you hear about the matter of the large and small worlds? Don't use Tian Chanzi to fool me, he would not know about this kind of thing." Tang Zheng was very surprised. Even Tian Chanzi did not know about this. This was something he did not expect. Could it be that the secret of the 3,000 large worlds and 9,000 small worlds was the real secret? He learned this from the 5-clawed golden dragon. So it seemed that the dragon clan knew a lot of secrets. The 5-clawed golden dragon was a big secret, and the heaven and earth obsidian was buried under the imperial city, so how could Tang Jing easily show it to others? So he said vaguely, "Let's talk about this later. First, tell me about the matter of the Tree of Life absorbing the energy of the ghost realm. Will it be affected?" The Empyrean fairy looked at him with burning eyes, and said faintly after a while, "Actually, I don't know either." Tang Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry. "You don't know either?" The Empyrean fairy said with shame, Maybe it will be affected." Seeing her uncertain look, Tang Jing shook his head and sighed and said, "It seems that there is no accurate answer. The Tree of Life is too mysterious, its secrets are not fully known, so I can't make a judgment." The Empyrean fairy added. Chapter 8:11. Looking at the worried face of Tang Zheng, the Empyrean fairy looked at him with a burning gaze and sighed. "You really have a compassionate heart, to actually use the Tree of Life to absorb the energy of the ghost realm for the sake of the lives of other unrelated people in this world. It is a miracle that you can think of this method. Moreover, this is a very risky action. If the ghost realm finds out, then you will definitely become the target of the ghost realm." Tang Zheng smiled bitterly. "I am not as noble as you say, I am also a person of this world. If I don't think for this world, then I will also die." "You have a kind heart, there is no doubt about that." The Empyrean fairy shook her head. "If the Tree of Life is really affected, then your actions towards the ghost realm will be exposed. You have to be careful." Tang Zheng's head trembled. He had seen the strength of the ghost realm, although it was only the tip of the iceberg, but he was sure that the strength of the ghost realm definitely exceeded that of the human world. If the ghost realm were to deal with him, then he would really be in trouble. Seeing Feng Shishir and Marshall also standing at the door, staring at him worriedly, Tang Zheng squeezed out a smile and said, "Don't worry, I am fine, you can leave." He and the Empyrean fairy had many things to discuss. He did not want his women to worry, so he deliberately sent them away. "Fu Yao is already so serious. You still say you are fine?" Feng Shishir said unhappily. "I am really fine." She estimated it to be too serious. "You can leave first. I will come find you in a while," Tang Zheng said seriously. Seeing him so insistent, Feng Shishir and Marshall looked at each other. They had no choice but to leave and return to the living room to sit down. The two of them had deep worry between their brows. Finally, Feng Shishir was the first to break the silence and asked, "You have experienced so many things with her. Do you know what is going on in the ghost realm?" Marshall shook her head and said, "I also want to ask you, after all, you are also a cultivator." Feng Shishir's two curved eyebrows were tightly knitted together as she said, "I've always been overseas. How would I know about these things? Moreover, look at his attitude. It's obvious that he doesn't want us to know." Wu Liei pondered for a moment and said, "He doesn't want us to worry." Feng Shishir nodded heavily. The two women came to the same answer based on their own judgment. Feng Shishir had long guessed that Tang Zheng had an unclear relationship with Marshall, so he was not interested in being jealous. He went straight to the point and asked, "Can you figure out what exactly is going on in the ghost realm? He's so protective of us. We can't just sit around and do nothing." Wu said, "You are very important to him. If you ask him, he will definitely tell you." "Aren't you very important to him too?" Feng Shishir blurted out. Marshall was startled, not knowing how to answer. Wasn't this clearly stating their relationship? Although the two of them had a tacit understanding of each other's relationship with Tang Zheng, they had never made it clear. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere immediately changed. The two of them fell into silence. At this moment, Tang Zheng and the Empyrean Fairy were chatting enthusiastically. Tang Zheng asked the Empyrean Fairy about the ghost realm. The Empyrean Fairy did her best to answer one by one. Tang Zheng was even more aware of the difference in strength between the ghost realm and the human world. If the ghost realm really knew what he had done, they would probably eliminate him at all costs. Damn that Xingfeng. If he didn't do such a crazy thing, how could it cause such a big trouble in the future? Tang Zheng thought indignantly. The ghost realm can find out about this, but you have no way to lead them. The most important thing now is to increase your strength. These juices are very precious things that cannot be exchanged with money. If you use them properly, it will definitely be very beneficial to you. How can I maximize its value? Tang Zheng humbly asked for advice. Alchemy. The Empyrean Fairy said straightforwardly. Refining it into a medicinal pill can maximize its effect. It's better than taking it directly. Tang Zheng was overjoyed and said, Alchemy? What kind of medicinal pill should I refine? This juices contains endless spiritual energy. What's more precious is that it is full of vitality. It is a sacred medicine for healing injuries. It has the miraculous effect of reviving the dead and regrowing flesh and bones. As long as a person still has a breath left, he can definitely be brought back to life. If you are injured in a battle, take the medicinal pill and your injury will be healed, and you will be full of energy again. When you are fighting with a strong enemy, this can turn the tide of the battle and turn defeat into victory. The Empyrean Fairy said slowly. Tang Zheng was overwhelmed. Through this simple introduction, he understood the importance of this medicinal pill. He couldn't wait to ask, what kind of medicinal pill is that? 9 Transformations Resurrection Pill. Tang Zheng silently remembered this name. This was the medicinal pill that Tian Chanzi didn't tell him. Without the pill formula, it would be extremely difficult for him to refine it. Do you have the pill formula? Of course, the Empyrean Fairy said. If you don't know the method of alchemy, I can do it for you. Even though this was a very tempting suggestion, Tang Zheng still tactfully declined. I also know some shallow alchemy techniques, so this time I will just embarrass myself. Refining this kind of miraculous medicinal pill was very important for him to train his alchemy skills. How could Tang Zheng let go of this great opportunity? Otherwise, if he missed this village, there wouldn't be another shop like this. However, it had been a long time since he last refined a medicinal pill. The 9 Transformations Pill Furnace was almost covered in dust. The 9 Transformations Pill Furnace flew out from Sumeru World. It floated in the air and spun rapidly before slowly landing on the ground. 9 Transformations Pill Furnace. The Empyrean Fairy called out after a glance. Tang Zheng gave a thumbs up and praised. Amazing, you recognized it at a glance. Why is it only an Earth-grade magic treasure? Isn't the 9 Transformations Pill Furnace a heaven-grade magic treasure? The Empyrean Fairy curiously asked. When I first obtained the 9 Transformations Pill Furnace, its grade was even lower. This is after it recovered a lot. I speculate that the 9 Transformations Pill Furnace must have been damaged in the past. That's why its grade dropped so much. Tang Zheng explained. The Empyrean Fairy slightly nodded and said regretfully, it should be like this. It's just a pity that such an alchemy and tool refining furnace would be lost. Tang Zheng didn't care and said, since I have already raised its grade, I can also raise it to a heaven-grade magic treasure in the future. The Empyrean Fairy chuckled and said, you are thinking too simply. Is it very difficult? Is it not difficult? Tang Zheng rolled his eyes. He really didn't think it was too difficult. What he lacked was opportunity. As long as he had the opportunity, raising the grade of the 9 Transformations Pill Furnace wouldn't be difficult. I have a heaven-grade furnace. I can lend it to you to refine this one time. The Empyrean Fairy volunteered. Tang Zheng shook his head and refused. Although the 9 Transformations Pill Furnace's grade isn't high, I am already very familiar with it. That's why I still use it. Otherwise, it will rust. The Empyrean Fairy didn't insist and said, I will tell you the pill recipe. When you refine it, I will stand guard at your side. Okay, thank you. With such an expert protecting him, he would be much more relaxed. The pill recipe wasn't too complicated. There were a few complicated herbs that Tang Zheng had already prepared. After all, he had a cheap disciple like the King of Medicine. The King of Medicine had given him many precious herbs, and he had put them all in Sumeru world. Seeing Tang Zheng take out one herb after another, the Empyrean fairy secretly nodded and said, "You are very well prepared. It seems like you often refine pills." Tang Zheng blushed with shame and smiled. He hadn't refined pills for a long time, and hoped that his technique wasn't too rusty. Otherwise, he would be laughed at by the Empyrean fairy. Actually, the normal 9 transformations soul return pill does not have the effect of reviving the dead or regrowing flesh and bones. However, it is still a sacred medicine for healing injuries. Only with the addition of the Tree of Life would it possess such miraculous medicinal effects. The mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens explained. Tang Zheng was silent. With a flick of his finger, the herbs flew into the 9 transformations pill furnace. The furnace floated up and rotated little by little. A ball of flame ignited at the tip of Tang Zheng's finger. The Empyrean fairy glanced at him and lightly said, "3rd grade true fire, its rank isn't too high." Tang Zheng bitterly smiled. His ability was indeed not enough in her eyes, but he wasn't discouraged. He calmly said, "Although its rank isn't high, it's enough." The Empyrean fairy didn't say anything and quietly watched him refine the pill. Tang Zheng's technique was very skilled. With a flick of his finger, the 3rd grade true fire fell into the 9 transformations pill furnace. A purple light illuminated the pill furnace. A ball of clear air slowly rose and intertwined above the 9 transformations pill furnace. It rapidly rotated until it was the size of a fist. As more and more clear air accumulated, the medicinal dregs in the pill furnace gradually decreased. In the end, it completely melted and the impurities were burned to ashes by the 3rd grade true fire. The remaining medicinal essence turned into a ball of clear air that spiraled above the pill furnace. Tang Zheng was stunned as he looked at the clear air. In the past, when he refined pills, the medicinal essence was in a liquid state and could only spiral inside the 9 transformations pill furnace. But this time, it actually turned into a gaseous state and flew out of the furnace. Every time the clear air rotated, the spiritual energy in the air would be absorbed, increasing its medicinal properties. Tang Zheng secretly nodded. This was definitely because his cultivation had greatly increased, so even his alchemy skills had improved. As the saying goes, mastering one method leads to mastering all methods. Cultivation was the foundation of everything. As long as the foundation was solid, then everything else would be easy. The Empyrean fairy finally nodded slightly, acknowledging his alchemy skills. Otherwise, wasting this bottle of liquid would really be a waste of heaven's gift. Add the liquid. The Empyrean fairy reminded. Tang Zheng understood, and a line of liquid flew out of the bottle. It was condensed from the liquid and flew straight towards the clear air, rotating along with the clear air. The liquid wrapped around the clear air and permeated it bit by bit until it finally merged with the clear air. Boom! The 3rd grade true fire inside the alchemy furnace soared into the air and wrapped around them before falling back into the alchemy furnace. A layer of purple light flew out from the alchemy furnace and covered the 9 revolving alchemy furnace like a lid, blocking the line of sight. Tang Zheng let out a long breath and clapped his hands. He had finished all the work he could do. All that was left was to refine the 9 transformations pill furnace. The refining process of the 9 transformations soul returning pill was not done in a short period of time. It required a long time for the medicinal properties of the liquid to be fully displayed. This was the 9 transformations pill furnace's automatic process, and did not require manual control. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.